What's up? Hello, how are we? How are you guys doing? All right. Think we've got everything set up and ready to go. What's up, Brittany? What's up, Daniel? Teprock? Hello. Da-da-da-da-da. Hello, hello. My answer to the title question is that to Matt, characters are the environment. Oh boy, Teprock. Did you read ahead in my presentation somehow? Did you somehow gain access to the last slide in my presentation? I feel like you're looking ahead. That's not fair. You gotta let everyone else discover my thesis. Can't just be binking it on the first try. Let's see. I would say the mouse trace the perfect balance in my eyes. He doesn't completely ignore either. All right. Well, we'll see. We'll see how we feel after discussing it. I'm going to turn off the music. I always like to have it at the beginning. But we're going to get into it. Welcome. This is Age of Umbra. Or not Age of Umbra. Analyzing Umbra. I am Mega. I'm a longtime DM. I talk about Critical Role, specifically Campaign 1 right now. I look at the good, the bad, and the ugly, and I'm trying to do the same thing with Age of Umbra. It sort of has like a book club type feel, but, you know, it's obviously not a book. It's an actual play. So if you haven't seen Episode 2, I will be discussing it and spoiling it. So if you are cool with that, stick around, have fun, hang out. And if you want, I will also be doing a sort of recap. So if you want to be able to tune in for episode 3 tomorrow, and you just want to know the juicy, meaty bits, we'll also be discussing that. And this is, like I said, episode 2, which was The Lost Monastery. Let's see. I have a real problem with actual plays. It takes me like 3 watches to really internalize things. C1 is there for me. Umbra is not. My feelings will be fuzzy and poorly informed. That's fair. I get that. I definitely get it taking multiple watches to really get into something. I feel that. Let's see. I mean, I don't see any reason to dither, to dilly-dally, you know? I feel like we're 5 minutes past the start. That's quick enough. Oh God, my camera just shook. Is it okay? I'm trying to check. I don't know which cable connects it. Is it that one or is it that one? Aha, it's that one. All right, I tried to give the cable a little bit more slack. Did it work? A little bit. Okay, we'll go with that. What's up? All right, I'm gonna start with a poll, much like I did last time. Let me get the screen share up. And I did make sure this time, that there is room for chat and my face on the slides. Now, the text might still be too small, especially for chat, but there are lots of other ways to see chat. I focused on trying to make sure that the actual text on the slides was readable, as opposed to the chat as much, because, like I said, there's other ways to see chat. It's only YouTube chat. There's no Twitch. So let me make sure. Let me get my notes up here, my presentation notes. And like I said, the first thing I will hit you guys with is a poll, because I liked doing the poll last time. It was good to know where you guys are at. And I think I'll ask a more specific question this time. How did you guys feel, because I had big feelings on it, about Erin's presence in this episode? And when I say presence, I mean like her overall like effect and impact. How'd you feel about it? How did you feel about Erin this episode. And, oh no, I was trying to double click on it so I could copy the text. But actually very soon I should be able to do these sorts of polls without using the YouTube side of things. I'm almost finished working that into my backend program. So very soon we should be able to do this sort of thing without me needing to go through the YouTube poll and, having to make the results very generalized, because I can only have 4 options on the YouTube poll. But let me know. It seems like, we're more split this time, at least so far. What's up?
You should do a poll asking if a blueberry cake is ridiculous.
I'm not doing that. Paige is on something right now that is very unrelated to anything that we would be talking about.
That's Critical Role.
What?
What's Critical Role?
Oh, not that I've seen.
I know, but it's like a fun little week.
Paige watched some Critical Role polls, and now she's asking me to ask you guys about something that I have no idea about.
Blueberry cupcake.
They would not like that. They would be like, ooh, that's spoilers that you're giving Mega.
That you know that there's a blueberry cupcake.
A lot of people would say, yeah. A lot of people would not be happy with that. I'm just telling you. She was talking something about blueberry cupcakes. I don't know. It felt a little railroady. They specifically left her behind to avoid this. I think I agree on that. YouTube has some work to do. Has to refresh to see the poll, which put me into an ad. Ooh. Yeah, that does suck. My rating more generally for the episode is a 5. Okay. Very fair. Maybe a 2. So you're saying 2 for Aaron, 5 for the episode. Feel about Aaron, the character or the plot device? Essentially the plot device. I'm asking specifically about her presence facilitating a good story. Because, and I ask about it more in those terms, primarily because of the limited nature of the series. Like the fact that this is a limited series, short run, contracted episodes. We're not going to have, well, given what happened in the episode, we're definitely not going to have this, but in general, we're not going to have a ton of time with these NPCs. So if you compare it to someone like Allura or Gilmore, right? They have served as several different plot devices throughout campaign 1 so far. Allura has been quest giver, she has been guide, she has been ally. She has served a lot of different functions. Same thing with Gilmore. Whereas Aaron is again, definitely not now, but generally the NPCs in this are not going to have the time and space to kind of fill more of those roles. They're not going to have as many different roles. They're kind of going to do mainly one thing. So that's why I ask about her presence in terms of the story. Because I do think that is different than how you feel about her specifically as a character. I thought it didn't feel great, but I like where it went. Fair enough. Teenagers aren't known for staying away just because you told them to. Fair. The only reason Aaron wasn't even lower is I think she having to worry about her. Okay. Did make it feel more dangerous, which is the feel the campaign wants, but it did feel very forced, which wasn't great. I think that's fair. It's important to note that being railroady in a miniseries is usually more forgivable. IMO, great minds. Okay. I will. I think we've talked through it. I don't want to keep the poll up for too long. there aren't that many folks, or there are plenty of folks here, but I don't want to hang on it for too long. Seems like most people are liking it, but there's a little bit more range of opinion than my previous poll, my previous question. For me, she's like, her presence in this episode was like a -1. I didn't love it, but I didn't hate it. I was pretty close to neutral. I think she's fine as a character, but yeah. And we'll get to more details on what I didn't like about when we kind of get to that section. But I'll definitely tell you now. I was right around a -1, I would say. Just slightly more negative. I think you did a good job picking out what's likely the contentious part of this episode. Oh, yeah. At least for the broad audience. I think there was something that I disliked more, or that I personally found more contentious, but I don't think that most people would find it contentious, and I'll leave it a mystery as to what that was. I generally like Aaron as a plot device and as a character. I don't think it felt too forced. I think it was a clever way to force the party to return to Desperlock to kick off the main plot. Well, we will certainly talk about that. So let's go on. The general synopsis. So, for those of you who either don't remember or did not, I need to bring up my notes, or did not watch the episode, I'll go over really broad strokes. They encountered and killed Velk, later Velk the Forsaken. Aaron gets sick after opening a reliquary in the temple where they fought Velk, and the party is not forced to, but they decide to retreat to Desperlock to treat her illness. In Desperlock, they meet with some NPCs, namely Halloran, and who is a new character, some sort of like alcoholic scholarly type that Snicks knew, as well as Truvo the healer. And then at the very end, Erin kind of explodes into smoke, and she, in my words, went full Umbra. She has seemingly extinguished the sacred pyre in Desperlock, and we are probably in a much worse state, or Desperlock's in a much worse state than it started in at the beginning of this episode. Lots of dead people. So what to know for episode 3? These are kind of rehashing the same points, but specifically, they did have access to the monastery. Totally misspelled monastery, not even close. But they ultimately did not enter the temple. They ultimately did not enter the monastery. They were explicitly in a sort of exterior temple that Matt described as sort of attached to the monastery, but not actually part of the monastery. It's a little unclear to me as to whether or not the temple itself was the Firmament's Harrow, or whether the Firmament's Harrow was like the broad like plain or like plateau that like surrounds the monastery on top of the mountain. I couldn't quite tell if it was like the building or if it was the general space. Unclear to me. But I could see it going either way. The party broadly downplayed / hid their exploits and accomplishments from the people in Desperlock. They did not mention like that a lot of what they had found, besides to Halloran, who even him, they kind of downplayed it too. So people don't quite know exactly kind of how close the party was to the monastery and exactly what was happening there. X is a evil smoke monster now is a great line on a slideshow. Yeah. They are a smoke monster. Aaron's an evil smoke monster now, dude. I think the question is, did Matt intend for them to actually be able to choose to go further? Feels like Aaron's stuff is really hard no, but maybe he'd say they could have gone on. I think my general feel is that they could have gone on, but I do think that Aaron's existence really pressured them not to. Yeah. I think that is my general feel. Yeah. What do you think about Velk being an NPC rather than the PC that I think pretty much everyone expected? You know, it's interesting. I actually don't have that anywhere in the presentation because I don't really have any specific feelings on it. And it's like the only reason, I guess this is the way I would put it. The only reason that I even feel as though there should be another PC is because of like meta factors. You know what I'm saying? Like the only reason that I think there should be other PCs is because Laura Bailey and Liam are like in trailers and they're sitting at the table while Sam does the ad read at the beginning of the episode, right? It's like they're in the credits, I believe. Like they're so around that I'm looking for them. But if they weren't so around, I wouldn't be like, damn, we really need more PCs in this campaign. So broadly, whatever. I actually liked Velk quite a bit. And that'll be in my what I liked area. And I'm not too what do you call it? I'm not too turned off by the fact that he wasn't a PC. I continue to wonder when the fuck they're gonna come in. We're really counting down the episodes here, but we'll see. That sort of matches the way I think about plot when GMing. I'm always going to let the party make their own decisions, but sometimes I'm going to make it really hard to justify the choice except the one I want. Absolutely. And I think that the level that justification feels contrived is what ultimately determines the feel of railroading. Like, we talk about railroading sometimes. Actually, I moved this over here, but I actually like it over there. It'll just cover up the text sometimes. That's fine. But I think when we talk about railroading, there is... I think if you talk about it in terms of a negative, because I think it mostly has a negative connotation, and if you're going to talk about it with that negative connotation, I think it is almost entirely dependent on the feel of it. How justified, or not how justified, how natural do the things that you are putting in their way feel? You know, it's like, if you're going to make it hard to justify, how natural does that process feel, or how natural does it not feel? And I think that is one of the reasons that people mentioned earlier, railroading is often more accepted or acceptable within limited series or one-shots, because we have a higher tolerance for the feel. Like, we have a higher tolerance for something that feels a little bit unnatural in a one-shot or a limited series than we do maybe in a campaign. So first, I'll talk about moving on from the kind of just like the what you need to know. I'll talk about the things that I really liked from the episode first. And then we'll maybe get into some of the other things second and third. The number one, the adversary abilities working well with the environment. The throw and the leap. I really, really liked how they integrated within the temple map. Like, super simple. The temple map has a big ass cliff that quasi dominates the look and the feel of the temple map, and the adversary has the ability to throw PCs into places they don't want to be. You don't want to be off the cliff. I don't want to call it simple because that feels like a negative. Like if I call it simple, it feels like I'm somehow like insulting it. I don't mean it negatively. It was very simple. It was very straightforward, and it just worked. It was just like a very intentional, this is how the map is. And this character has, or this adversary has something that specifically interacts with that. It's just great. Like I have no complicated analysis to give. It's good on its face. So big ups to that. It's the first thing I wanted to call out. Top tier combat. The dynamism was insanely cool. Simple is generally the highest compliment I can give to things. Yeah. I mean, it was great. Number 2, death actions. I did not expect to like death actions. I'll be fully upfront. I did not expect that to be just reading it. I did not expect it to play out in a way that I would enjoy. Kind of the opposite of Lurking Darkness. Actually very similar to Lurking Darkness, but in a different way, because I also liked Lurking Darkness, which I think might not have been expected given how I've talked about it in previous episodes. But I really enjoy when gambling or, that sort of thing is implemented in a way that I would call like push your luck. And there's a very the best example that I can give is a board game called Quacks of Quedlingburg. If you are familiar with the game, I think you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. But essentially in that game, you have a bag and you have to put tiles from the bag onto the board. And if you put a certain amount of white tiles onto the board, your pot, it's the thing that it's your board explodes and you lose half of the benefit. But the more tiles you place, the more benefit you get. So the entire game is centered around this idea of pushing your luck. You know the statistics in your head at every stage of the process. You are always aware of exactly how likely or unlikely it is that you push your luck too far. And you are always in control of when you stop or when you go forward. Always. And going forward, every time you do so, gets you more benefit, but it increases the risk. I love push your luck mechanics. I love a mechanic where gaining a benefit commensurately increases the risk of a detriment or a consequence. And every step forward, you're rolling that die, but you get more and more benefit. I love that. And death actions, while not nearly as granular, obviously, have that sort of feel to me. They have that sort of push your luck type of feel, especially with the gambling that they did of just rolling the dice. I'd honestly love to see more death actions. I don't know exactly how they would implement that. I haven't thought about it too deeply, but it really evoked that push your luck feeling to me, which I really, really enjoyed. Again, a lot more than I thought I would. I definitely expected to not like it very much. Yeah. As simple as possible, but no simpler, should be the goal for everything, but it's a very high bar to hit. In reference to the combat, I agree. The potion game, yes, sir. I like that they have the option to push your luck, but there's also options for players who wouldn't enjoy it as well. And that is like when I talk about pushing your luck, that is an inherent part of it for me. Like when I talk about liking mechanics that where you can push your luck, there needs to be an out. And there also needs to be risk and benefit to pushing forward. Like you need to be able to like increase the benefit and increase the risk at every step, but also exit anytime you want to and lock in your gains essentially. That is like an inherent part. It's why like something like concentration isn't really a push your luck. Concentration is not a mechanic where the risk increases like every turn you go into it, and like every further turn that you keep it up, you are increasing the benefit, but you're not increasing the risk. The risk is essentially always the same. And there is also no like exiting from concentration and like locking in your gains, so to speak. It'd be more along the lines of if a fighter had an ability where they could either roll damage die or take the average of the damage die -1 or -2 or something, where you can get like guaranteed damage or you can risk it for higher gain, but also higher risk of losing any sort of gain. That's more of a push your luck. And death actions sort of have that, which I really, really liked. Alternative example, the classic push your luck dice game Can't Stop. Oh, I don't know this. Yeah, I'm not aware of that, but I totally believe you. Especially from the title of the game, sounds intuitive as to what it is about. So yeah. In that same vein, I was surprised to see Matt say that if the character dies, there won't be a new character for that person. I think I wasn't necessarily, how do I say it? I wouldn't say I was surprised, but that might be because I don't have, other meta information. I've never seen a Critical Role character permanently die, so I don't really have any like inbuilt assumption of what Matt would or wouldn't do. And for a mini series where they're going for a super specific theme of like deadly, horrific, brutal, I think it is something that really makes sense for that specific theme. But like Albie just said, it is a really good clarification to make before someone rolls. In retrospect, he probably should have made it before Sam rolled, but I don't necessarily blame him for not. It is definitely a good clarification to make, and one that I support because of the overall theme that they're going for. Yeah. If Surprise is a spectrum, I was somewhere in the middle. It's short run enough. It doesn't feel too punishing for permadeath. Yeah, it's a spectrum. The dice rolling RE wounds is something I think they added since the beta, and I think it's a great idea, even if we didn't see it, because Sam and Ash are Chaos Gremlins. Yeah, I kind of agree. Yeah. I didn't think about the meta implications of my comment. No need to apologize. I think it's definitely, it is, unless there's a different, surprise. Yeah, no, I think you can feel surprised by that regardless. And like, I'm not, the idea that a character dies in a future campaign is not overly surprising to me. Frankly, I would expect it. And within a campaign, like especially a long-running campaign, I would also expect Matt to have them roll a new character. So like, any of the things that your comment implied are things that I already would have assumed. So it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. I assume, even though we saw session 0, that there's a bit more behind the scenes that they all know we didn't see. I doubt the death thing was fully unexpected. Yeah, I assume. Well, especially because like they don't have like a lines and veils conversation in the session 0 that we see, but it's explicitly in the book. And it's also something that makes a lot of sense not to show on screen for like the very like centering around the reason for doing it in the first place. Like these are private things that you don't want acted out at the table. Makes a lot of sense to not talk about them online as well. So I would almost certainly assume that there is more to like the session 0 that we didn't see. Yeah. Halloran, number 3, Halloran, very fun character. That's it. I got nothing else to say about Halloran. He was fun. I just wanted to point it out. The magic items were simple, but seem like they will be effective, which are often my favorite kind. I especially liked the idea of the Valor Stone, which they essentially got like right at the end. It was like inside of the skull. Let me make sure. Make a knowledge roll. No hope or fear. Ba 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 ba. I wanted to describe it in their words, but I don't actually see where it is in my notes. So there we go. All right, they are rare relics used for protection from the old world. They're known as Valor Stones. You can attach the stone to armor that doesn't already have a feature on it, and then it gains a new feature, which I really liked. I really, in a similar vein that I like evolving items, I also like the idea of like augments to items, especially ones that you can like attach and disattach. I think that it is a lot more, and this is not a deep opinion that I have because I have not played a TTRPG that really implements this, so I don't know exactly how I would feel about it in the moment. But broadly, I like the idea of rather than having different armors that do different things, you have different, essentially, attachments to your armor that can make your armor do different things. I think that gets at the idea of like switching weapons or switching armors for the situation. But the idea of actually switching your armor for any given situation, I think is most often, at least in D&D, so prohibitive as to not really ever happen unless you are really focusing on that in your campaign. Like if you're really focusing on having like an inventory of armor and like you run a whole like suiting up sequence at the beginning of every like quest, like I can imagine that sort of thing where it's like, okay, we're in the city, we're gonna go out on an expedition. Everyone, what armor do you equip? What weapon do you equip? Like if you have that sort of sequence, I can imagine it working. But I think in the typical D&D campaign, that doesn't really flow all that often. And I like the Valor Stones as a way to sort of get at that aspect of like customizing your equipment a little bit for the situation without having to really like implement a meta structure in order to do so. So I like it. It's not my favorite version of it that I can imagine, but I think it's very practical. I think it gets at the feeling, maybe not in the best way, but in a way that people will actually easily engage with. Which barrier to entry on engaging with something is a super big consideration with this sort of stuff. So I think there's, a low barrier to entry. Maybe it doesn't get the full feel, but it gets a decent chunk of the feel for that low barrier to entry. So I like that. I really like that both the armor and the weapons have gem slots. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There are so many GMs who only want to do things raw and wouldn't allow it otherwise. I agree. Yeah. So I liked that quite a bit. Lurking Darkness. Okay. I didn't like it. I want to immediately... I know that seems weird given that it's on the slide of things I liked, but I do think and quasi saw / confirmed that the players seem to be very into it. Maybe not that much. They're not... I don't think they were as into it as they were into the death actions. But I do think that they were very visibly interested and liked the process of Lurking Darkness. And ultimately, I wanted to put it on things that I liked because that is the most important part. That you as a DM like it and that your players like it. And regardless of whether or not I'm into it, doesn't matter. I don't think it's it has any egregious mechanical consequences that they're not thinking of. I just think it's kind of whatever, a little boring. But they seem to be more into it than I am. And in that sense, for your own tables, I think that's an important thing to look out for. Even if something is not very actively liked by the typical table or by other tables that you've played at, analyzing your table for your specific group interests and leaning into those things is incredibly important. So I like it from that perspective. They seem to be into that sort of thing, so I like it being at their table. I'm hoping that Lurking Darkness has its moments later that makes eat these words, but agreed from what we've seen so far, yawn. Not actively bad, but yawn. Yeah. That's how I feel about it as well. Yeah. I'm just kind of I don't know, whatever. Seems unnecessary. Especially I had the idea / pitch that Lurking Darkness would be a tool to encourage them to go back to Desperlock. But I don't think it's impactful enough to do that. And also, Matt clearly made some considerations on how to get them back to Desperlock, totally separate from Lurking Darkness. So, I don't know. The only soft benefit I could have really seen from it is kind of the thing that Aaron accomplished totally separately. So, whatever. I don't know. It just feels very flat when everything else in the system is way more dynamic. Yeah. That's a good way to put it. It is very just... Yeah. I think that totally makes sense to me. Yeah. It is I don't know of a way to put it other than I just don't care. And it seems like it's just taking up unnecessary space compared to better stuff. I think that Lurking Darkness is something that benefits more from prolonged time playing as damage builds up and people don't want to miss rests. Yeah. No, I'm into that. Oh, you retracted your message, so I will respect that. But I agree. I think that Lurking Darkness could be interesting. Which, again, this is we'll get into this in terms of things I didn't like, but so much of what is set up feels to me like it benefits really long-term campaigns. I can see Lurking Darkness having this sort of creeping, encroaching effect that, like you said, sort of builds up. Oh, because you spelled darkness wrong. I got you. No worries. Yeah, I can see it having this sort of cumulative effect that you don't really notice at first, but that sort of builds, and then every rest you're not dreading necessarily, but you're like, oh no, we're gonna have to roll. What if they what if we roll with fear and blah blah blah. Like, I can see that. But at least in terms of like this campaign, it's super like, it's very yawn. I'm just like, meh, whatever. The Lurking Darkness is based on how many edibles the guest had before session. That is the Lurking Darkness, man. And then, would you say it's a lurking? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is a lurking effect. Yeah. And it's just... And I understand, like, you know, it's this thing about the frame, and they are playing in the frame, and so they want to show it off, but I think the conclusion I can come to is that I super don't care about it in limited series unless the limited series is built in a way that really supports it, I guess. I don't know. And then the no initiative combat. I had a clip that I wanted to show. Now we're gonna... I also have to bring up my live studio because it will give me a warning if Critical Role doesn't like me showing the clip, which, you know, I would respect. Totally fair. But I had a small clip in terms of the no initiative combat. Ooh, but before we get into it, Jonathan Busby, any thought on how you manipulate the Lurking Darkness to be more suitable for a short campaign/series? I think that, I mean, I guess the question is, like, yeah, do you manipulate Lurking Darkness, the mechanic? Or do you focus on a limited series plot that more... not grapples with, but more like leans into that sort of feel? Because I think you could have a limited series plot, especially with how many like rests they take. I think you could have a limited series plot that requires them to go far afield of a pyre, but maybe has a way to like establish waypoints so that they can get back to areas like quicker, so they have this sort of cycling feel to them. I can very much see a plot built around that where the Lurking Darkness would be more of a an effect. Otherwise, I think Lurking Darkness, I mean, I'm not, this is off the top of my head, so don't take it to the bank as something you should do. But I think a very simple way to modify it in a way that would be sort of limited series agnostic is every time a fear is added, like anytime the GM gains fear, flip a coin. If it's heads, they gain 2 fear. I mean, something as simple as that. Or, I mean, if you want to be really brutal about it, every time they gain fear, they gain 2 instead of 1. But every short or long rest taken within the vicinity of a sacred pyre, maybe like cleanses or burns 1 fear off of the tracker. Now, in that case, you would need to have a pusher. You would need to have like a reason to go out, and a reason to not spend a bunch of time around a pyre in order to like cleanse a bunch of fear. Maybe you have a limit on it. Maybe it's like 1 short or 1, like it doesn't do it like 2 rests in a row essentially at a sacred pyre. I could see that being a thing. Or they have to like leave the vicinity of the sacred pyre in order to like refresh the option. But something along those lines where you sort of build it into that fabric. But I don't even know about that necessarily, because that's really messing with some of the fundamental mechanics in math. So I don't know. But that's the direction that my mind would go in. With how this ep ended, that will probably happen. Well, yeah. That Ted Nivison video is great, by the way. I love Ted Nivison. I love me a Ted Nivison. Hopefully he doesn't turn out to be a shitbag in 6 months, but I have to say that every time I say I like someone on stream is like, for posterity's sake, if they turn out to be a shitbag, I didn't know. But currently, I fuck with Ted Nivison heavy. I like him a lot. Reminds me of the corruption mechanic they used for Percy. So it's a rising stake, the more lurking darkness you suffer. Yeah, absolutely. I could see that. I could also see maybe some sort of like escalating thing where it's just like every time they rest, it's like the first time you rest outside of a sacred pyre, GM gains 1 fear. Second time you rest, GM gains 2 fear. Third time you rest, GM gains 3 fear. That sort of escalation, maybe. You know, if I was actually going to run Age of Umbra at my table, I would think about it a lot. I would talk to the players a lot. And it would ultimately probably be dependent on the type of plot that I'm running. Especially for a limited series. I think that one of the things I do like about the frame mechanics is that they help enforce a tone. But I do think that like tone and plot, they don't have to go hand in hand, but I think they're best when they do. So any sort of lurking darkness that I implemented, I would want to facilitate the tone and the plot that I'm going for. Yeah. Jose, spoilers in this episode. I saw Matt wearing a shirt that said the Mighty Nine, and I think, I'm not entirely sure. I think that is like the equivalent to Vox Machina. Like, I think that's like one of the names of one of the parties in the future, but I'm not entirely sure. That could also just be like an organization like the Arcana Panasophical. Maybe it's like, maybe I think it is either the name of one of the parties or it is a Scott Pilgrim, like 7 evil X's sort of deal. What's that? Is it 7 evil X's? I don't remember how many evil X's Scott Pilgrim has to go through. But I could also see it being like that, where it's like, that's like the underlying plot of one of the campaigns is that they have to go and defeat all of the members of the Mighty Nine. In a Scott Pilgrim-esque journey. So I saw that. I think it's a spoiler, but I don't exactly even know how it is. So definitely need more objective, focused reasoning to spend more time journeying. Yeah. No comment. I have a comment. I like cheese. Let's see. And they are, okay. So right here.
They are knocked back to far range.
Whoa.
With this spell.
Ooh.
So, Taliesin knocks him back.
Oh.
Super cool. Love it.
Blown
Right towards the cliff.
She watches Velk like flows back and then digs his claw.
Also, I will say, I can't believe I forgot to put this on things that I liked. The ranges, man, and the sticks. Like, I think a VTT will need to enable an easy tool to accomplish this. But once a VTT easily enables the range stick tool or some shit like that, I love it. Them measuring out ranges was so fucking fast during the combat. I loved it. It was so cool. So I think right now you can obviously have the stick that you can make in person. You know, I mean, it would be as easy as taking like a yardstick and, you know, just marking out marks on it or painting it or whatever. Easy to make one in person. I think Roll20 or, you know, some other VTT foundry needs to implement an easy like DH range measuring stick. And honestly, I think once they do, they will probably implement it for other TTRPGs. Like, even though D&D measures its ranges in terms of, you know, fractions of or not fractions, but individual feet. Most abilities and most ranges in D&D do fall into a couple of like standard categories. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of the ranges in D&D are like touch, 10 foot, 30 foot, 60 foot, 90 foot, 120 foot. There certainly are ranges in between. Like, don't get me wrong, and you can break up your movement, totally. But the vast majority of D&D ranges do fall into kind of some standard delineations. And I think that once a VTT implements this Daggerheart measuring tool, it'll get implemented for other systems as well, and I think people will start using it. I will certainly start using it, even for D&D, once that sort of thing exists. And I personally think I will really like it. In the official rules, is there an equivalent range, like 5 to 15 is close range? Yes. In the official rules, there is a description of what each range means in terms of like feet or meters or something like that. Let me pull it up, because I do think it's a good thing to know. So like it would be easy to port it over. Let me see here. Core mechanics. Where's ranges? There's maps, range, and movement. Here it is. Range. Melee, touching distance, very close, 5 to 10 feet. Close, 10 to 30 feet. Far, 30 to 100 feet. Very far, 100 to 300 feet. I also do just like the ranges that they chose. I think they're good ranges. I like the escalating breadth of ranges. Like, I like that very close has a tighter spread than close, which has a tighter spread than far, et cetera, et cetera. I like the escalating sort of not gradient, but the escalating sort of range. I like that a lot. The range of the range, I guess you could say. The range of the numbers within the range, yeah. I was slightly perturbed by Matt sticking to that exactly. I thought part of the reason they did that was to stop exact measurements. I think that'll be a DM sort of, how do I say it? I think that'll end up being a stylistic thing for DMs. Like, you can still use the ranges described in more exact terms. I think that is, frankly, one of their strengths. Or you can use it in more abstract terms. Again, I think a strength. I really like putting in words for them to allow people that want to abstract it, like it seems like possibly you do, Albie, but also allow people that want to stick to it more heavily. There is still like very distinct descriptions and borders, like very exact. That if you're a GM that likes that sort of thing, you can still do it. And I will even say, they even essentially imply a scale for what your battle map should be. Anything on a battle map that is within the shortest length of a game card, 2 to 3 inches, can usually be considered within very close range. So they are even implying a sense of scale to the map, should you choose to use it. Or you can go with the more intuitive direction of just like, what does very close feel like to you and your players? So it's one of the reasons that I really I like replacing it with a word a lot. And it's something that if you watched my Dragon Week video, when I talked to Tales of Elsewhere about Clockworld, I also really liked that Clockworld had words for their numbers, like for basically the difficulty classes. They had like adept, expert, master, that sort of thing. I think that words are a lot easier to intuit if you would like to, and then there's a table if you want to make them more exact. So I liked that. I love the free-flowing, how free-flowing and smooth it feels compared to D&D combat. Also, the range can be measured with a number 2 pencil standard. Precisely. I also agree. I really loved, and I talked a little bit about the free flow last presentation, so I didn't necessarily hit on it this time. But this no initiative combat is exactly digging into that concept. And I got distracted. I started talking about other stuff. But yeah, so Taliesin, or I should say August, pushes away here.
Onto the ground and stops about 5 feet from the edge, staring forward.
Anyone
then-
next?
Yep.
I rolled with hope.
Oh, sorry. If you got something, go. No, if you got something, go.
Nope, go.
Can you push? Are you good? You're strong.
Push.
I'm not strong. I have
Okay,
negative
well,
to
no,
my
no, no.
strength.
Throw it.
I'm gonna use my.
Okay, so that discussion right there, that's it. That's the thing I wanted to highlight because I think that many people, myself included, very justifiably were worried about the fact that the no initiative sort of free-flowing nature of Daggerheart combat would lead to the equivalent of analysis paralysis within something like D&D, right? It would slow things down. People would be talking about what they're doing more than they actually do things. However, big caveat on that I did not really envisage until watching this combat specifically is what they would be talking about. I could kind of picture it. Like I knew that they would be talking about, the things that they want to do on their turn. But I did not consider how that allows them to focus. Like how it allows each of their actions to be more valuable. And this is something that I think you could have easily foreseen. You could have easily intuited. I did not. And when I saw it, it all kind of clicked into place a little bit for me. The no initiative combat absolutely does mean that you talk more, but the things that you are talking about are more valuable than the things that you're talking about when you think about analysis paralysis within something like D&D. The talking in this is about, we have this specific creative plan that we have in mind. Who is the most valuable or the most capable of executing on that plan? When you get into like analysis paralysis or people not knowing what to do on their turn in D&D, it is often not, who's going to go that can best implement this plan? It is, I am a person. I have to take a turn right now in D&D combat, in initiative combat. I have to take a turn. But I have nothing I can contribute to the plan, or nothing real that I can contribute toward the plan. I'm basically an empty turn. Maybe I can get in a little bit of damage here. Maybe I can get a little bit of damage there, but I have nothing like really specific I can contribute towards a more creative or a more specific plan. And I thought to myself, watching this episode, I thought, man, that's really cool. Primarily because, in my opinion, I think that this will lead towards a higher diversity of builds, or builds being more focused around doing more interesting things, or maybe what you would consider more niche things. Because that when that niche thing comes up, if there is a situation in the combat where someone on your side can act, and that niche thing that you can do is relevant, you guaranteed can do it. If anyone can act, you can act. And that is fascinating. Or not even necessarily fascinating. That is so interesting and engaging to me as someone who really specifically likes niche builds. I love builds that do one thing really, really well. And in D&D combat, if initiative just goes the wrong way, you might just miss out on your opportunity to do that sort of thing. Like, inherently, someone else taking their turn might mess you up. The monster might go, or the adversary, I should say, might go in such a way or in such an order that it's literally impossible for you to get off your niche ability before they go and, like, reorder the entire situation. Like, I'll use a very specific example to draw this comparison. Imagine you are on a team with a fighter, and you are we'll say a rogue, maybe a monk, someone who really benefits from consistently landing attacks, right? Maybe has a high damage capability, but is maybe not as likely to hit, especially if you're, say, a rogue or a monk, or, you know, one of these, maybe not monk, maybe monk's a bad example. We'll say rogue. In D&D, it is tough to justify not increasing your dexterity as a rogue. It's really tough to justify not going down that path, because not only does it up your damage, I mean, it ups your damage by 1. A rogue with sneak attack does not give a shit about 1 extra damage. They've got sneak attack. Their damage naturally levels from their class more than it would ever level from their mod. The real reason that it's hard to justify not increasing your dex as a rogue is because it modifies your chance to hit. And even with advantage, which, you know, you often need, but not always, to get off your sneak attack, even with advantage, that extra mod is just even more valuable. It's even more guarantee that you're actually going to hit. And a lot of rogues end up dual wielding so that they can bonus action attack for just that extra opportunity to hit, because so much of their damage is tied up in sneak attack. They need every marginal, not detail, not benefit, every marginal improvement that makes them that much more likely to hit, because their damage is not bound up in, like, these multiple attacks that, say, like a fighter or a rogue, or sorry, a fighter or a monk can do. Their damage is tied up in that one singular hit. You want to be getting sneak attack off every single turn, if you can. So modifying your chance to hit is so important. So now imagine that you have a fighter on your team, and they do the multi-attack combo of shove the adversary prone and then grapple them in order to keep them prone. That's great for you as a rogue. That's amazing, because now you can go over and stab them and have advantage, and they would have disadvantage against you, which is really important as a rogue, because you're relatively squishy, even though you have uncanny dodge and evasion, but you have a relatively low health pool, so as much protection as you can get. That sort of situation is really, really good for your rogue. It's something that the fighter is uniquely capable of doing because of their multi-attack, with that shove grapple. The fighter can do that in 1 turn. But if the adversary's turn comes between the fighter and your turn as the rogue, they will always, every single time, they will have the capability to stand up, right? They'll have the opportunity to break the grapple and stand up before you as the rogue could come over and do your damage. And so that means that even though your team, your build, your team comp has this really nice combo of the fighter pushing them down and holding them prone, that might justify or might allow you as the rogue to not invest as heavily in your dex. Maybe it allows you to get a feat that doesn't increase your dex, right? because you were able to really consistently get this advantage. If that was the case, right, it still doesn't, even though that is the case, it's really hard to justify because you really can't guarantee that if the fighter gets that combo off, the rogue is going to be able to follow up on it. That's the thing that stuck out to me so much, was the capability to follow up on other party members' actions. You're obviously not always going to be able to, because if the party member rolls with fear, you just can't. But in any situation where a party member sets you up and rolls with hope, you can always follow up. And I like that a lot more as a delineator between what is going to allow these teamwork combos and what is not than initiative. Initiative is determined once at the beginning of combat, and then you really cannot do anything to modify it, right? If the monster gets between you and your party member, the fighter and the rogue, in the initiative order, there's nothing you can do to change that. It's going to be like that for the entire combat. With fear, like rolling with fear being the main limiter on whether or not you could follow up, every combat there is a chance and not a chance that you will be able to do the follow-up, you'll be able to do the combo. So it's... I know that was a very long and maybe inelegant example of why I like the no initiative combat. But the ability, or not even the ability, the fact that teamwork and follow-ups, the capability to do those on a the capability to do those is determined on like a moment-to-moment basis, not once at the beginning of combat. It means that you are going to be able to get off those teamworks and those combos so much more consistently. It is, and on the turns where you can't get off the combo, the rogue just doesn't go. Like, I think that is the beautiful part about it, is even if we just take everything else that I described, I like it more. But the fact that if the combo, like if your fighter in that, imagined scenario, like rolls with fear to where the adversary goes next, the rogue doesn't then have to go afterward. Like, the rogue can just not go, someone else can go, the fighter can try to set up the combo again. Like, it's just, it makes teamwork, and especially niche builds that benefit from teamwork, so much more accessible, so much more consistent. I think it will really alleviate the need. It will really alleviate the need to do certain things for your build. Like, I remember playing BG3 for the first time with Paige, and her being like, well, what, my character is like this. And I remember her telling her, I was like, okay, if you're a druid, I'm going to be real with you. The most important thing is your wisdom. You pretty much should always have a 17 in wisdom, or maybe a 16 at the end of character building. If you don't, I'm not saying you're throwing, but you are like behind the fundamental math, and that is, you are going to feel it. Like, that is going to be a factor. And I was like, you should build whatever character you want. I've built non-optimized characters plenty of times, but you're gonna feel it. And that sucks. Like, I'll be straight up with you. In a non-competitive game, I think that is, I think that's a little bit ass. I don't really like that. Or in a game, I'll say non-competitive and not entirely focused around tactics. I understand if that sort of factor or feeling exists within something like Warhammer or Warhammer 40K. I'm cool with it in that. That game is all about tactics. It is about like outmathing the computer, being controlled by the human. I'm cool with it in that. D&D's not necessarily like that. And so I love for a game like D&D to have this sort of system. I think it's way better. Also, we're going into ads in a second,
Ads
so
incoming. Take cover.
I'm gonna really quickly go through the comments. I know I went on a big long rant. The ranges can be measured with a number 2 pencil, so it shouldn't be that hard to implement into a VTT. I completely agree, Timax. Also, love your name. Oh, wait, no, I was thinking of the time knife, not the time axe. I was thinking of the time knife from The Good Place. I still like time axe, but the time knife is a funnier reference. But I totally agree. I think it's a matter of time before it's implemented into a VTT. I agree. Thinking about the classic buff build, always wanting to go first and needing to spec into decks to try and encourage that and still not being guaranteed at all. Totally agree. Yeah. People that want to go first, needing to spec into non-optimized things for the rest of their build if they want to go first. Absolutely. Yeah. Even if the party member rolls with fear because the GM needs to spend a resource to do more than one action, they... What up? Hello. It's Mega in a different shirt. Oh no. It's hot in here. But something that I actually wanted to asterisk that I just said about like it being better or worse for tactical combats. I actually take that back because I am someone that I think likes tactical combat more than Critical Role. I think I'm more into it in general. However, I think what it really isn't suited towards, or like the things that it really specifically removed, is precision in combat. not necessarily tactics. Because the thing that I actually like about it is that it feels to me like I would be more capable of evoking the tactics that I am engaged by. Things like team ups and like creative positioning around the map and using things in non-standard ways. Those are the types of like creative tactics that I'm really into, and Daggerheart actually seems much more capable of representing that than something like D&D. Because every game that has any amount of combat, whether it is, fucking War Thunder or chess, because chess is ultimately a combat simulator, has some level of abstraction of different things, some level of removal of things that would be there in reality. And so I think the things that Daggerheart chose to remove actually go towards a more tactical feel, I think, than D&D does necessarily. The idea of a strict initiative order is not based in reality in the slightest. It's an organizational tool. And it's an organizational tool that I think is decent at what it does. I've never used a alternative initiative system in D&D and liked it more than the base. I've thought it had positives and negatives, but within D&D, I think that the initiative system does a decent job at what it's going for. But it is purely an organizational tool. I don't think that it adds to the tactics or the feel of the combat. So that is I liked the no initiative combat. I don't want to say I knew I would, but I had a feeling I would, and I really did. The amount of control the PC side has to work together is far higher in more subtle ways than Tag Team, which is the flashy version. Totally. I think there is the flashy version, and then there is a lot of subtle ways in which it is expanded. You don't spend a whole round of combat thinking, I'll do this on my turn, only to have it change right before, because you can just go when you think of something to do. Exactly. Yep. This is kind of a sidebar, but the most fun I've ever had has been playing a purposefully unoptimized build where everyone else at the table was new and the GM wanted to be able to play softball. Absolutely. Heavily optimized builds are cool. I like them, but it's also a lot of fun to be able to goof off freely. Absolutely. And I even think there's a line in between. Like, I love creating a build that is optimized, just it is optimized to do a thing that is often not optimal, right? That is only going to be beneficial in a niche number of circumstances. Those are my favorite kind of builds to play in any game ever. I love being the character that is really, really good at this one specific thing and molding the encounter to make that thing more likely or to make that thing appear more than the opponent maybe thinks it would or should. That is my favorite kind of build to play, and that sort of build is so much more possible in Daggerheart. Yeah. It makes me interested in variant classes like a charisma druid or an intelligence sorcerer. Absolutely. Yep. I'm with you. Yeah. Now I'm thinking about a strength monk build. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So I was it didn't really stand out to me in the first two combats because they were sort of I don't want to say they were lackluster, but they were kind of whatever. This one was a little bit more of what I would consider, or what I would think of as like a standard Daggerheart combat. And I think it was really... I think that the teamwork aspect of it really shone in this combat more than in some of the others. I even think I had some notes on it that I didn't read. I just went off on a rant. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I said it's a lot easier to focus on various plans, strategies, or even areas of the map. Like them being able to consistently focus on trying to get Velk off of the cliff is something that would be substantially harder in D&D. Substantially. Depending on how the initiative went. I like how BG3 did initiative, allowing party members to go interchangeably when they grouped up in the order. I agree. I think that BG3's initiative system, it's like I described earlier. I was about to say that I liked BG3 initiative system more, but I think it had positives and negatives as an alternate because it's a D4 initiative system, which means that the dexterity mod is substantially more impactful. It facilitates more of that grouping up. If you had a D20 based initiative system, especially in a combat with a lot of adversaries, which Baldur's Gate 3 has several of, it would be incredibly unlikely for players to be on the same initiative count. But when you go to a D4 initiative system, there's a lot less variance in the initiative. It means that high dex characters are going to be going first more often, and low dex characters are going to be going later way more often. And that is good for implementing that group up. If you're all on the same initiative, you can go interchangeably sort of feel, and that is a big positive to it. But it also makes your ordering much more reliant on your dex mod, which maybe you view that as a positive or a negative. I personally view that as a negative. Which chat do you want me to hop on? Oh wait, what? Maybe too long for YouTube or in the Discord. There you go. You're figuring it out. The D4 Dex made Dex way too important in my opinion. Yep. That is my opinion as well. So it's like I really liked the group up and the interchangeability of the that the D4 really helped with. But I agree, it made Dex too important. So that's why, like, I kind of hit on it. I have never tried I've tried many alternate initiative systems for D&D. I've never found one of them purely better. I've found them better or worse at certain things. But let's move on. I've talked about the combat enough. I'm going to move on. Suffice to say, I liked it a lot. Things I'm unsure on. These are things that I haven't quite landed on a full opinion of. I'm kind of back and forth. I don't know if I like it or I don't like it. The first one, group roles. They were fine. They were a little weird, I would say. Because more people were involved, but making everything based on the leader's stat, because like the way that it worked, unless someone corrects me, is that all of the PCs rolled for the group check, but they all used the stat of the leader, which is interesting in some respects. Of like, I think there's an interesting fiction there of like when you're doing a group roll, the stat of the leader essentially gets multiplied. Because like, right, if you look at the math, like you look at the DC and you look at their modifier of the leader, and they have a mod that says, more often than not, you're going to be succeeding on the roll given the DC. Well, just essentially duplicating that roll, in this case 4 times, is going to, on average, in net, give the leader an even higher mod for when they ultimately attempt the roll, making them even more likely to succeed. But the inverse is also true. If you look at the math and you look at their mod and you look at the DC, it is going to compound into being less likely for the group to succeed. Which, like, I just don't know how I feel about. Like, that's not an inherently bad thing. Like, there's some interesting, like I said, there's some interesting fiction there of the leader's skills being multiplied and being more impactful than they otherwise would be if they were just attempting the role alone. It kind of gets into this like cooperative, you know, this cooperation fiction, which is kind of interesting, but also it kind of seems unnecessary for everyone else to roll, right? Like, why not just have the guy roll twice or roll with like double and, you know, modifier? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It just seems there's something just a little off about it. It seems fine, but I'm kind of like, well, why are the other people rolling? You know? I'm not a fan of the group roll. It sounds okay in the book, but in practice, it's not even that. The group rolls I've called for as a GM have been awkward, which might be easier in time. Has been a lot of work, and the payoff for the effort has been boring. Yeah. And I had a thought when I was watching it, because I don't know if this is how it works, and I should have looked it up, and I didn't. I don't know if the other players at the table are able to, like, add their experiences to the rolls, or if they're able to, like, spend a hope to give someone else advantage. Like, if there were, I'm not even necessarily saying, I don't know. It just feels like it all collapsing down to a single roll that the leader makes. And that's all that ultimately matters. And everyone else's rolls are just affecting the mod to that. I don't know. It just, and I love the idea of group rolls. Like, I don't know. I don't hate it, but it just doesn't really get there for me. So I don't know. I'm keeping an eye on it. If there was even something like in Blades in the Dark, there is a specific class called the Spider, Bit D Spider. There's a spider that has special abilities that apply to like teamwork roles. So number one, they have something like calculating. Due to your careful planning during downtime, you may give yourself or another crew member +1 downtime action. Foresight. 2 times per score, you can assist a teammate without paying stress. Tell us how you prepare for this. This foresight is more relevant to what we're talking about here. This sort of ability, if that was present on, say, I don't know, the Guardian or the Wizard or, you know, one of these class, or the Bard even. I think it's a great ability for a Bard. Something that, or maybe it was on a domain card, you know? And I haven't read through all the domain cards in detail. Maybe there is something like this. But I think in order to really get on board with this, I would need something to the extent of like a domain. I'll pitch one. A domain card called like Team Player. And Team Player allows you to double the mod that you roll with when you are not the leader during a group roll. Right, something like that like gives their, that just adds a little more something to it. Or maybe not Team Player, maybe like Right Hand Man. You know, And then that has like all sorts of like alternate implications, or maybe even team player right-hand man allows you, when you roll in a group roll and you're not rolling as the leader, maybe you're able to add the leader's mod and your mod. So now it kind of encourages you to go like a very wide build where you have like +1s in a lot of things so that you're really useful on like any team roll. Or any group role. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's tough because I feel like I see where it's going. I understand what it's trying to do, but it just feels like it falls a little short from what I can see so far. I guess Matt really likes group roles because his D&D resurrection system is very similar to the rules in Daggerheart. It is. And, you know, I've gone back and forth on the resurrection. Like, I think I ultimately like it, but also I have some issues with it that are similar to my issues with this. Yeah. So I don't know. It's just a little weird. The other thing, taking the spotlight as a GM, I wanted to show this moment. This was also during that combat. And I wanted to show this moment because I think it was illustrative of something that I don't think is bad, but that I am nervous about. And this did not assuage my nervousness.
The ledge.
He's wrapped up in vines.
Yeah,
unfortunately,
he's entangled. He's entangled. But is
I'm
it
going to spend a
stupid?
fear to take the GM turn.
Can you do that?
Oh yeah.
All right.
I can. If no one's doing anything,
I was gonna say, can somebody help me push this brazier over? I don't know if it'll help.
I'll help. Yes, I'll
I
help.
have no idea if that's
I'm
even
strong.
help.
I'm strong.
Brixton,
Can I come
yeah,
over
yeah,
and
yeah,
help?
help me, Brixton.
Do you guys need any?
And you're moving it back. It's like, again, you know, I get it, and I think that like most of the time, it's probably I need to lock this, man. I need to lock the thing because I keep accidentally moving it when I mean to just click on OBS. Taking the spotlight and handing over the spotlight in general, like fear management. I don't think it's that bad. And it gives you an opportunity. It has a lot of benefits. It gives you an opportunity to, like, if they're stuck in analysis paralysis and they are taking a really long time on their turn, you know, you can jump in. I don't know. It seems like possibly the hardest piloting challenge in Bit Deep that I've been able to see for a GM is when do I start my turn and when do I stop it? Sometimes there's very clear stuff, like when they roll with fear. Great. Spotlight passes over to me. But the interruption part, like, I think it's good. Like, I want that interruption to be there and to be possible, but seeing it in practice, it seems like it would take a lot of, like, you need to get good at it, and you need to, like, feel it out for it to not feel kind of awkward and like you're, like, stepping on their toes of, like, what they want to do. And again, you know, I put it on this slide, things I'm unsure on, because I feel like if you're good at it and your table has, like, this sense of, like, when it happens, and, like, I don't want to say, like, a respect, but, like, you know, if they're not going to be annoyed at you, like, stepping on their turn, and you get, like, a good rapport on that, the benefits are huge. But it seems hard to manage. And this is why, you know, when I talked about D&D Initiative, I said it is an organizational tool. I have advocated for, you know, that Matt should occasionally use initiative outside of combat just to manage people's turns, a la, you know, BG3, a la Baldur's Gate 3. because it's a really good organizational tool. It's really good at it. It is incredibly clear. There is never ambiguity, and that has some problems, like I went on at length about. But removing that ambiguity did have some benefits. And the fact that GM's turns are not purely caused, right? The fact that there is some optionality from the GM side on when to take a turn, when to stop a turn, provided you have enough fear, right? There's no ability for like a player to interrupt. That has some management implications. And I don't think it's going to feel like, sandbagging. I don't think it's going to feel like fudging, as long as you're not staying at maximum fear and not gaining fear because you're at the cap. I don't think it's going to feel like fudging, but I do see it as being pretty tough to manage within the course of combat. So I don't know. Honestly, I think group roles in DH are just a bit too convoluted. I'd rather have everyone roll and take the numbers of fails and successes rather than just adjust the DC. I think I literally wrote in my notes, I don't think the group roles, I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze. The benefit that you get out of it is worth the effort. I agree with you. I think that is a good way to summarize it. I also think of a GM spending fear to make an environment react. A player throws something hard against a wall, GM spends a fear to have part of the ceiling collapse. Yeah, which is also very cool. That's also incredibly cool. But yeah, I just see a lot of piloting difficulty here. I see it as something that is more difficult about GMing Daggerheart than GMing D&D. Yeah. I don't think I've ever taken the spotlight just because my players were hemming and hawing. I have stolen the spotlight using fear quickly and decisively. I think that feels way different. True. And that is where when I'm talking about this this piloting difference, I think that is going to feel very different. That's going to feel way better. But that is something that you have to learn how to identify, learn how to be confident in, sort of teach your players that that's how it's going to be. There's a lot more ambiguity and skill involved and personal piloting diff in terms of turn management, which is not a thing in D&D. It's not really a thing you have to worry about in D&D, at all. I guess a bit with legendary actions, but the fact that legendary actions guaranteed refresh at the beginning of the turn means that it's very clear that, DMs are going to be interrupting between turns. And there's very clear areas where they should interrupt. With legendary actions, it's hyper clear when things are going to happen in a way that it's not with Daggerheart. And again, it's not bad. It's just tough. Doing it just because they are indecisive feels like a punishment, hence they tried to avoid the punishment. I agree. And this is something that I think is going to be the topic of, I unironically think this is going to be the topic of, YouTuber explainer or YouTuber advice videos for Daggerheart. Advice on when to take and pass the spotlight as the GM. Because I do think that there are right ways to do it and wrong ways to do it. And ways that are going to feel good and ways that are going to feel bad. That is not something that you have to worry about in D&D initiative. That is not something that going through the initiative order, there are right and wrong ways to do it. Not really a thing in D&D. But I think that will be a thing in Daggerheart. I think we're going to see, like I said, YouTuber explainer videos about it. And that's not bad, but it is a difficulty. And then the last one, which this is weirder, and this is not something I identified beforehand, the dynamics of single adversary combat in Daggerheart. Because I noticed this during this fight specifically, and it really piqued my interest in terms of like the types of campaigns and settings that might be more served by a game like Daggerheart as opposed to a game like D&D. Because the action economy, at least in the way that we think about it in D&D, because the action economy is broadly removed in Daggerheart, a lot of the detriments and the downside of single adversaries, like having one adversary versus several PCs, a lot of the downsides of that for the adversary have also been removed. Like, one of the main downsides of being a single adversary, one of the reasons that legendary actions need to exist, is because a single adversary is going to fall behind in the action economy in a way that they're just not in Daggerheart. Like, they're just not going to fall behind in the same way. And there are still certainly some benefits towards having multiple people on your side, but they are mostly in terms of like flexibility and having, lots of tools to deal with different problems or to take advantage of certain things. But that's really context dependent. And so it's not going to be consistent. And the single adversary combatant in something like D&D certainly has some advantages that were not wiped away with the action economy changes, like having all of their HP bundled into one package. Like, if you imagine the group of PCs, right? So they're like, we'll say 4. Or actually, in this case, there's 5. There's 5 PCs. If you think about it in terms of purely sides, which is broadly how Daggerheart thinks about it, because you pass back and forth between the sides, not individual combatants. If you think about the sides, because more of the HP is essentially exposed on a side that has multiple combatants compared to one, the way that you would need to deal with this is to have a single adversary essentially get weaker as they hit certain thresholds in their health pool. You would essentially say, like, every time they take a health point, their attacks get a little bit worse. That would be the way to model what the PCs are dealing with. Because if the adversary focuses on one PC, they can get to a certain point in essentially the side's health pool where that PC goes down, and now that side has less that they can do. They are in more trouble. They are essentially weakened. The single adversary does not have that factor. They don't have a certain point in their HP as a side where they get less capable. Now, something that was kind of interesting is that Matt did work in a map feature that could weaken Velk. But the kind of point still stands that in a balanced encounter, comparing D&D to Daggerheart, in Daggerheart, single adversaries are stronger than their equivalent would be in D&D, because there's less downside to being a single adversary, essentially. Most actions the DM take cost fear, so if they use it all up, they won't be able to do much until it builds again. There's a strategy game for the GM to play. Same thing with hope. Like, fear and hope are balanced in that way. So I agree with you, But also, there are non-hope or non-fear-based things that adversaries can do in the same way that there are non-hope-based things that PCs can do. If we consider fear and hope to be balanced, which they broadly are, there's a slight hedge towards hope with, PCs gaining technically more hope than adversaries gain fear. So there's a slight edge to the PCs there, which I'll actually get into on the next slide. But broadly, that is like a balancing lever. You know what I'm saying? That's a balancing lever. And if we take that, again, just comparing it to D&D, the single adversaries have more advantages than they do in D&D. Let's see. Dara, if anything, limits the GM more than any other one that I am aware of. Ooh, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. In the same way that the PCs can, the PCs have flexibility on their turn, the PCs can't interrupt the GM. So the GM, in a similar way, but actually even more than the PCs, the GM is more capable, as long as they have the fear to do it, they can execute a very complicated plan with essentially no ability for the PCs to interrupt, as opposed to the PCs, which always have the risk of getting interrupted by a roll with fear. So I don't necessarily agree that Daggerheart limits the GM. It is certainly limiting to the GM in some ways, but it is also very flexible in others. This probably goes to the GM when the PCs fail a check. Then the GM has a limited amount of things they can do with fear based off of the adversaries they control. Velk had an ability that allowed him to attack twice if his first attack succeeded, but he didn't have unlimited attacks. He has as many attacks as he has fear, essentially. I mean, I agree in general, but what I am getting at with the dynamics, and maybe you're talking amongst about other things with like Tiny Monkey, but what I'm getting at with the dynamics of single adversary combat is that most of the downsides placed on a single adversary were removed, and all of the advantages essentially were maintained. Yeah, but you might be talking about another conversation. Yeah. Have you included accompanying visuals with your presentation? I'll be docking points if not. I included clips. I think that works. We're responding to Tiny Monkey. I see. Wait. Let's go back. My issue with passing the turn with fear system is that if you have a war GM, they can just kill you, and you can't do much to stop them. I don't agree in terms of the sides. I don't agree. I think that the sides are broadly balanced, but I agree with Tiny Monkey here in terms of individuals. If there is a particular PC that is very well suited to take down the adversary is incredibly capable. I would say more than any other TTRPG. The adversary is really, really capable of bursting down a singular PC if they save up the fear to do so. I would say that individual PCs are probably more vulnerable, I would say. I don't necessarily agree for the entire sides, because I do think that fear and hope, become balanced in that way. If a adversary spends out all of their fear, they're going to be very vulnerable on upcoming turns. But Daggerheart is certainly the most capable of that sort of that burst of activity from a GM. It's only limited by fear, really. Clips are nice, but if it's just gonna be 2 clips for 10 slides, I'm docking points. You're probably gonna have to dock points. I won't lie to you. How many slides have we had? Oy, oy, oy. So yeah, I don't know. That's why I said I'm unsure on it. I'm not entirely sure on it. I certainly don't think that they're, well, I think Daggerheart might benefit from something that forcibly knocks the spotlight away from the GM. I do think it could benefit from that. Even if it's like a domain card or maybe a particular class, I would want it to cost something. I would want it to cost hope. But I do think that there could be a benefit towards the broad structure if the PCs had something they could do to take the spotlight from a GM. Not because I think that there's actually a balancing issue. I think that, again, if you look at like the broad scope of things, the balance is fine. But I think from a feel standpoint, an optional rule like that could be very attractive to something like, I think Time Monkey referred to it as a war DM. I think it could be good for those sorts of tables. If maybe the players could spend a hope to take the spotlight back. I think that could be interesting. So I don't know. I'm, like I said, I'm unsure on it. It's not something I have like a good or bad opinion on. But I definitely think that especially single adversaries are so capable. And I do get nervous about the fact that player characters' turns are interrupted, either purposefully or accidentally, and GM turns have to be given up and given back. That's a piloting challenge. And so it makes me nervous. I do think it makes the feel of combat a lot more GM dependent. It doesn't just function in the way that D&D combat does. Like I always talk about the White Room. The White Room is only something that you see so often because you really can just plop your players in a white room and D&D combat will function. Will it be interesting? Meh. But it will function. And I think that Daggerheart will also function, but I don't think it functions maybe as well. I think it is more dependent on GM skill. Things I didn't like. So we've gone through things I liked, things I was unsure on, things I didn't like. Still no environment actions. I actually had to go and look in the book to make sure that environment actions are still a thing in this fucking game, man. Why haven't they been here yet? Like, what? Even like something that could have been an environment action with the skeletons being raised in front of the gate, to my observation, I'm not behind the screen, I don't know, but it seemed as though it was at least narrated as an action that was taken by the gate guardian, not the environment. Where are they? In a game that I have defended, in a series that I have defended as wanting to show off Daggerheart, wanting to show off the Age of Umbra frame, where the fuck are the environment actions? Give them to me. I'm not making them up. They're there. Why aren't they in the game? It's actually driving me a little crazy. I can't, and it drives towards my overall thesis about what Matt Mercer actually cares about. But that said, I'll move on because I could just keep ranting about how weird and frankly, I think bad it is that there have not been any environment actions yet. Not gonna lie, environment actions in the book are all kind of meh to me. I think environment actions can be fun though. They are at least presented as a quasi-core mechanic on the same level as having a map. Like, so it is wild to me that we have not gotten them in a game that does seem quite concerned with showing off all the facets of Daggerheart. And there have been so many opportunities to do it, and they just haven't. Like, I'm looking at other mechanics in the book, right? I'll pull up other mechanics in the book and just go through what we've had. You know, playing an adventure, duality dice, obviously, evasion, HP thresholds, you know, all of these reaction rolls we've had, advantages and disadvantages, conditions, I think we've had. But, I mean, cover, sight, and darkness. Gold, maybe not gold. Downtime, death. I mean, I don't know, man. It seems like this is pitched on the level of using adversaries, choosing adversaries, and using environment stat blocks. Like, we have these, we don't have these. What's going on? I don't know. And I do think, someone said it, maybe it's a DM specific thing, Matt might not care too much about that. That is the conclusion that I am drawing from this, which is not a bad thing, but it's a little annoying. And that is like why this stream is titled the way it is. This is part of the rationale for why I named it this. And I am just, I don't know. I'm shocked. We were only 2 eps in. We're 2 eps and 3 combats in. We are 3 combats and I would say 5 to 6 distinct environments. Environments can be used outside of combat in the way that a lot of things can be used outside of combat in this game. So like, even just considering the 3 combats, the fact that none of them have had ostensibly an environment with a stat block, it is revealing, I would say. I would classify it as revealing about Matt's priorities. And that is not necessarily a bad thing. People can focus on different things, but I absolutely feel more justified in the analysis that I gave about collaborative world building in the last stream, where I talked about how it seems like Matt does not care as much about his environments and his maps and the locales that the characters are taking place in. He cares more about the characters. The fact that we haven't had an environment stat block makes me even more confident in that analysis. And for the person who asked what I don't know much about the environment actions, how do they work? They are just... There are so this is an environment stat block. So like this is an abandoned grove. It has a DC. It has potential adversaries. So like the difficulty is things that might be involved within the actions that the environment can take. But it also might be involved in like things that people do to try and affect the environment. And it often has a passive. It has active actions that a GM can take when the spotlight is on them. Some of them cost fear, like Defiler action, spend a fear to summon a minor chaos elemental drawn to the echoes of violence and discord. They appear within far range of a chosen PC and immediately take the spotlight. That is like, it is such an example of like outside of the gate, rather than the gate guardian reviving the skeletons. The revival of the skeletons is a very, like, from what I understand of environments, like, is a thing that it feels like should have been in an environmental stat block. Or maybe not should have, but absolutely could have been. There are also events. So, like, Ambushed is a tier 1 event. That is like an event is a special like type of environment. So like Abandoned Grove is a tier 1 exploration, but Ambushed is a tier 1 event. So this is something that can happen within an environment that just like happens. I mean, this is a bustling marketplace, tier 1 social. Like Cliffside Ascent, tier 1 traversal. Like environment stat blocks are a way to present out of combat challenges, but also in combat challenges. And we haven't had either. So I don't know. Hallowed Temple could have been like not actually do this stat block, but like call it like Defiled Temple or something. And that could have easily worked into the Velk combat. Haunted City right here, tier 1 exploration. Haunted City could be worked in. So I don't know. I'm gonna skip these ads because I wanna keep talking.
Ads incoming. Take cover.
Wait, what? Did I say no? Wait, what? Ads are incoming. Do I have to say no capitalized? Oh no. Oh, I have to say no capitalized. Fuck. All right, well, we're doing ads. Never mind. So I don't know. I don't know. It represents the style of scene that it most readily supports. I am disappointed that it's a thing I don't like. I can justify it. I think it is justifiable if that's just not what you're into, but I don't like it. Those are all tier 2. Sure, but you can scale up and down in Daggerheart super easily. Like you can... what's up? Hello, we're back. Let's see. There is a section in the book about how to scale. Scaling is encouraged, but it is true that if you're just gonna run a thing straight, level 1 characters aren't meant to be in tier 2 environments. Sure. I mean, I guess we're getting away from it. Like, it doesn't matter that it's not in the book, you know? Like, there are tier 1 environments exist within the book. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think the Gate Guardian or Velk the Forsaken exist within the book as like stat blocks you can get as a GM. So tier 1 environments exist, and they could have, you know, in the same way that they were able to make Velk, they could have made an environment for the temple. So it's sort of neither here nor there to me whether or not it's in the book or you would need to scale it, like Matt wouldn't need to. And I will say, this is a totally separate aside, fucking switching to just chatting. Critical Role. This is a message. This is a call out. I want fun little cards for adversaries and environments like PCs have for domain cards and all that stuff. I want to be able to buy like a little adversary card pack. And I know that their stat blocks are very packed. I get it. But I want fun little cards. Like, that does sound like a design challenge. Don't get me wrong. But I would be so incredibly interested in like buying the Age of Umbra design pack. And it's like a pack of cards, and like one card is the Gate Guardian, and one card is Velk the Forsaken, and it has their stats. I don't know how you get it onto a card, but I would be so interested in that. It would feel like I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Against my players. I Pot of Greed their ass. I want it.
And that's a chance for you to really make Daggerheart have a win over regular D&D right now, because Jack and I have both talked, Mega and I have both talked about this, about how it is ridiculous how underused D&D is in a lot of things like that, like the little cards and supplements. Supplements, yeah. They're not doing it anymore. They did it for a while, like the magazine you talked about.
Yeah. They used to, Paizo, I think, publish Dragon Magazine before they split off to make Pathfinder.
So start doing it now.
Yeah.
With this, like, while you're doing it, and it'll be great. And you'll have a one-up on them.
I mean, I've talked about it at length that I think it is ludicrous that D&D does not put out like little free things like, ooh, here's a fun little encounter on their YouTube channel. Seems like a slam dunk. And not something that would be that difficult. But yeah. Absolutely. Fucking Darrington Press, Critical Role. Give me fun little cards. Plenty of people were using the card maker for that immediately. That's what I'm saying. Give me, but like, right, I can't use the card maker to make Velk the Forsaken because I don't actually know his stats. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to be able to, in the same way that you used to be able to like buy a box set, I don't think you need to include a full box set. You know, you don't need to include the maps and the towns and all that. Just give me like a little like Critical Role's Age of Umbra card pack that like has a little card that describes Lingering Darkness, or a little card that describes the fucking Soul Curse or whatever that people have, and gives me all of the environments and gives me all of the adversaries that are custom to that, not just that frame, but that the particular show. Like, if I could buy Critical Role's Age of Umbra playthrough, like card pack as a DM, I think so many people would be into that. So many people. You all watch Age of Umbra together as a friend group, and then you buy the card pack, and it's like, oh, we get to fight Velk. Hell yeah. I'm just saying, that is something I would be interested in. I would love to be able to fucking to get a little booster pack as a GM. That'd be awesome. So I'm just putting it out there. I'm putting it out there. I think they should do it. I know I would be interested in. Clearly, people are using the card maker. I do know about the card maker. People are already using the card maker for that. Give me the stat blocks in a little card pack. You can also publish it online, of course, and then people could use the card maker. But give me the little, especially when they're like, Matt Mercer originals. So like I can like buy, or not even buy. I mean, if you want to put them up for free, I will not stop you. But however you want to put them out, put them on a little card, which like this already looks a lot like a card. Give me fucking GM cards. I want them. Look, I know I'm just asking for more. I'm just asking for more, but that is what I want. That is indeed what I want. Paige, are you in the Discord spoilers chat? She is in theory. Like she has access to it. She doesn't check it. The card maker exists for free, right? Yeah, it's more about the actual stat blocks, and because they are already in the card-esque format, it just makes sense to me to put them out as a little card pack. I get, people might not want to have to pay for an additional thing, but the card maker exists for free. So I am kind of like, well, they have the card maker for free. If you want to put in the effort, they have given you a way to do it. Let me give them a little bit of money to have them do it for me and to give me the stat blocks. If you're, I would get if you don't want to or don't know how to like publish the stat blocks for free, but like make that like Critical Role merch. I don't care how you, what do you call it? Push it. I don't care how you frame it. I want to be able to get access. Yeah. Daggerheart the TCG. I mean, I'm just saying that the card aesthetics really line up with that. I don't think it would be too hard to homebrew some mechanics to make, like, if you had adversary cards, it obviously wouldn't be as in-depth as something like, Magic, but there's not too much of a gap between a Daggerheart adversary on a card and a Magic the Gathering card. The gap is big, but it's not that big. So I'm just saying. Are audio crinklings on my end? I hope so. Does anyone else hear them? Then it can be made into a Magic the Gathering style game. I mean, imagine with all of these frame mechanics, imagine a Pokemon frame. Or, for legal reasons, a creature collector. A creature collector and battler frame. That'd be so much fun. That'd be so much fun. Where, like, you're collecting little beasties and everyone gets, everyone has, like, a little partner and you, like, go into battle with your partners and you can play their adversary cards. That sounds hype to me, personally. But that's on them. No, Mega, you've promoted capitalism, so only you will have to pay. Yeah, they'll put it out for free for anyone else, but like I'll be IP blocked from I'll be IP blocked from the free website where they're putting it out. So I guess that's also a thing I didn't like. I don't like that Critical Role won't let me give them more money. That's on the list of things I don't like. But anyways, Velk the Forsaken. He was pretty similar to the Gate Guardian. Like, if we're being honest, he was... they weren't that different. I really liked the Velk combat. Don't get me wrong. But I would like to see a bit more diversity in the adversaries. So far, they have been small guy that hit melee, medium guy that hit melee, or big guy that jump and hit melee. Velk was great in that he also had the throw. This is honestly more of a critique on the Gate Guardian than Velk. I think that Velk did the archetype better than the Gate Guardian did. I would have liked to see more from the Gate Guardian. But, yeah. So that's, that was meh. Number 3. Okay. This is something that I sort of hit on in the first one, but I have more of a feel of it now, and like it has continued to be this way. I think the environment is incredibly consistently described as big. Like, it is implied to have this grand scale. And I had a link to when the new NPC, the drunk scholar. Like, the drunk scholar was talking about, like, why don't you go into the vaults anymore, buddy? And he talked about all of these rooms and all of these catacombs and the lab. There's all of this and there's all these things. And then that is contrasted with when they were coming back from the monastery, they essentially teleported back to Desperlock. And like Halloran, yeah, something like that. And I described it in my notes. I described it as the way in which this is described. Because even like where they started the session at the stairs, I was like, okay, they still have an entire mountain to traverse upward. They're going to be going through several different like stages of going upward. But no, there was just a big ass staircase. There was a big ass staircase that traversed a distance that no one has been able to climb or even think about climbing. And so I described it as when the environment is described to me, I think it is consistently and thoroughly implied to have this grand scale. The way that Matt describes it makes me feel like Shadow of the Colossus, right? You are tiny in this massive world that spreads out around you, that is just big in scale compared to you. But when the players have actually gone and explored and traveled throughout that environment, it almost gives me the feel of like looking behind the scenes on a Hollywood movie set, right? Like seeing the Western town in the movie, and then you see the lot that it's filmed on, and like all of the buildings are just like those facades like propped up on stilts. That's kind of what it feels like to me. Is like all of this scale is implied, but when it actually comes down to brass tacks, I don't feel it at all. I feel like the world is frankly incredibly small. I have not, in terms of actually exploring it, I have only gotten the impression that it is a small world in which travel is relatively easy. Which is almost the exact opposite of what is directly told to me. So, I don't know, man. And even like the traveling being easy part, I think that's more debatable. But it gives me almost like a No Man's Sky sort of feel, where it's like just Like, the world is implied to be big. You can go anywhere. But the actual process of exploring it, you're just skipping around. You're bypassing patches where nothing interesting is happening because you want to bypass it because nothing is interesting is happening. But the gaps between the interesting things are able to be traversed so quickly that it makes everywhere in between just kind of feel like it doesn't exist. So it takes this thing that is theoretically big, and at least to me, makes it feel very, very small. So I don't know. I'm not into it. And I wasn't sure about it the first session. But my opinions are solidifying. And they're not totally solidified. Any of this, like someone said, we're 2 episodes in. Everything could change, but this is where I'm at right now. That's funny because Shadow of the Colossus is another frame, which isn't the one they are using. And I mean, it's not, it's obviously not 1-to-1. But the big, grand, ancient civilization with these mega structures all over the place gives me that feel. I understand Matt wanting to get to the story, but I legit thought a mega dungeon was going to be the story. A little disappointed for now, but I reserve judgment until the rest airs. I agree. That's, I'm putting it on things I didn't like because I am a little disappointed and I don't like it currently. But I absolutely reserve the right and the possibility that I change my opinion as the story progresses. But yeah, not everything, but almost everything that was told to me and that I was led to believe about the setting, not from meta sources, but from the interactions themselves in like session 1 and session 0, implied a size and scale that just isn't there. Or at least is only there in implication. Is only there if you as an audience member want it to be. There are none of the complications or benefits or detriments that come from scale. Like, the scale has not actually affected their ability to go anywhere. And that is somewhat equivalent to it just not existing. No Man's Sky is masquerading as big. There are billions or trillions of plants in the game, but only a handful of environments that the plants can have. I think it's not quite as egregious as No Man's Sky, but that's kind of how I feel about this so far. It's kind of how I feel about this. Is like, it feel like Age of Umbra, the Critical Role show. I'm not necessarily saying the frame. The frame doesn't give us a scale for the map. It doesn't give us any of that. So I don't want to say that the frame is masquerading, but it feels to me like the show is masquerading as big when it's not. Just got here. What are we talking about? I will say, you're coming in on the more negative portion. I want to be clear that I have been very positive up until now. Or at the very least, like, I went from all the things I liked into the things I was unsure about, and now we are into the things I don't like. So no, I'm not, this isn't just me, this entire stream at least, isn't just me shit-talking Age of Umbra. I want to be clear. I talked about all the things I liked already. But other than that, if you're just talking like in general, like what is the stream about? Let me test this. I put up a new script and a new button for said script, and it's not working. Dang it. It's still not working. No, not exclamation point what? There we go. Okay. This was supposed to happen via button push over here. Wait, what? It's still not happening? Is that command like disabled or something? What's going on? Wait 1 second. I actually want to address this because what are we doing today? Execute code. Oh, that's why it's not working. Okay. 1 second. I'm gonna fix that because that is not what we want. So that is actually a command that I want to be more widely utilized, and so I need to actually fix it. What are we doing today? Boop. And destination variable is going to be the same. Sorry if you are just getting here and you immediately asked a question and then I went, oh no, I need to fix this. Okay. Answer the question, what are we doing today? Boop. And it's parentheses, what are we doing today? Boop. Because, yeah, sometimes people come in and they just, like, don't know what's up, and I want to be able to tell them what is up. Let's see. Did that work? Exclamation point what? It shouldn't be exclamation point what? Wait, what? It still isn't working? What? Is it just the button? No, it's not just the button. The chat command still isn't working. Why? I'm going crazy, dude. Oh, man, this... Oh, wait, I know why. Come on. No. Why is it still not? That's crazy. Did I misspell something? Oh, I'm going to have to, like, do this off stream. I hate doing things off stream. The code is fighting against Medic's command. It is. It's bullshit, man. Copy variable name. I'm gonna directly copy it. What are we doing today? It's a global variable. It's not user. It's not redeemer. So you get the temp global, and then this uses it. That's it. It's so simple. It's literally 2 lines of code. How is it not working? Oh my god, it just isn't. Well, I don't know why the fuck this isn't working. For some reason under the sun that I cannot divine is okay, one more test. What are we doing today? It has a global cooldown. We're going to get rid of the global cooldown because no one uses it anyways. So we're going to get rid of it. Okay. Save. Well, it's just not working. Fuck it. Whatever. So, what are we doing today is what should be filled in by that variable. We're talking about Age of Umbra Episode 2. If you haven't seen it, I am assuming that you have, to be clear. I'm assuming that you have, and that if, you're here, you're cool with me talking about it and talking about like what I thought about it. And we're talking about what we thought. Like I said, I've talked through a lot of the things I did like. So we've done like the general synopsis, what to know, things I liked, things I'm unsure on. Now we're on things I didn't like. So yeah, that's the general vibe. It's kind of like, I've been describing it as a book club, but for the Age of Umbra, like, TTRPG, actual play series. It's kind of like a book club for that. So I will stop messing around with the code, because it's clearly just not going to work, and we will do that. Short campaigns don't really do world building as much as just a fun thing. I think it depends. I think some campaigns do or don't do world building much more than others. I definitely think that Matt is doing quite a bit of world building in his characters, but he's not doing it so much in the environment. And I've definitely noticed that, like, in talking about this, I think that people have this, I don't want to say general sense, but it seems like people, when they talk about world building, they are, I don't want to say exclusively, but oftentimes it seems that it is focused on locations and, like, I suppose you could say, like, world mechanics, pantheons, maybe. And I do think there's been some of that with Matt, but a lot of it has been character work. And I still think I would still call characters and factions and all of these sorts of things, I would still call that world building, personally. It's just a different kind of world building. You missed the part they were replying to. Oh! Uh-oh. Wait, what did I miss? What did I miss? Talking about spending money on CR merch. Yeah. Are you doing the compliment sandwich with the format? No, I'm more just going, it's not really a compliment sandwich. It's just good to bad. I wanted to start with the good. I think that is at least partially because of the short campaign. I see. I see what you mean. Most ways to show scale take time. Yes, they do. But I do think, like, one of the, I don't want to say one of the weird things about this, but it seems to me so far that they aren't really hurting for time. Like, I definitely expected a, not a diversion, but, like, having this scenario where Aaron gets sick and you have to go back to Desperate Lock, and then she becomes an enemy that you are now going to have to deal with in Desperate Lock. That is spending time, right? Like, that is delaying, and that is world building to an extent. And, like, I think it has an effect and a purpose. But it is explicitly damaging to the sense of scale because of what you're spending your time on. It's like your priorities. Like, even if Aaron had transformed not in Desperate Lock, but, like, in the temple, or maybe even, like, on the way back, it's like, oh, like, in the, let's say that Matt, like, flew them through a bunch of rooms and parts of the underground area before they actually get up to the monastery. Let's say that he had said, like, you know, you pass through vaults and this and that. And, you know, he does kind of this montage monologue of them moving through it. And then when they start going back to actually, like, take Aaron back to Desperate Lock, if she had instead transformed in one of those areas, and maybe Matt brings out a map that shows this huge area and they're fighting Aaron in that, that would be a way to have a similar effect. Or not even a similar effect. It would be a way to keep most of the plot beats while enhancing the sense of scale rather than detracting from it. You know what I'm saying? We could have had an Aladdin Cave of Wonders. Exactly. And I still think that, like, taking her all the way back to Desperate Lock absolutely has an effect. It has a effect on the characters because they are broadly, the party is trying to keep things secret from Desperate Lock. Either their own abilities with Idol, their very nature with Misty, they're also their very nature with August, right? They have things that they want to keep private and hidden, but are fundamental to their power. And so putting Desperate Lock in danger puts the characters in a situation where they have to decide, how much am I going to continue to keep hidden? That also includes the magical artifacts that they got during the campaign so far, right? Do they want to show that they got all of this loot from the Firmament's Hollow and the temple? that might raise some eyebrows as to, where'd you get that? I thought you said you didn't really go near the temple, right? Or the monastery. So, what's up? So, like, this isn't me saying that the way that Matt is handling it is wrong, necessarily. I'll say that later. But specifically, the way it is handled is not contributing to a sense of scale, which I will reiterate is not a lack of world building. But my issue is that the world that is being built in front of my eyes does not feel like the world that is being told to me. My problem is that the world that is being told to me has this sense of scale, but the decisions that are being made in terms of like how to deliver the plot and the story are not necessarily conflicting, but they are detracting a lot from that sense of scale. So I'm being told to believe that this sense of scale exists, but when I actually experience the story, I don't experience a sense of scale at all. That's not to say that there's not world building by any means, but it's a different type. The world feels like Diablo. Everything is just bad outside the walls. Sure, yeah. I mean, I agree with that. That's the Age of Umbra frame. My issue is what I have written in number 3 of the environment is described as big, but feels small. I will be incredibly on board with the environment is described as dangerous and deadly, and it is dangerous and deadly. Do not get me wrong or get it twisted. In terms of what has been told to me that I think has absolutely been shown and established is the deadliness. Like you said, Hefty, of everything is just bad outside the walls. Totally agree. That was told to us, and I absolutely feel it. And this Aaron situation really, I would say, definitely reinforces that. What is happening with Aaron is like, oh yeah, you might just like open up a thing and not even just die quasi instantly. You might not just die, but you'll turn into a big smoke monster that kills all your friends and family. That's scary. That's really driving home a fear of what is outside the walls. Is like, oh yeah, you delve into the wrong part of the temple and you kill your entire community. Oops, sorry. Yeah, that's deadly as hell. We could have included that on the things that I like, because I do like that theme is really reinforced, but the scale not so much. Aaron transforming and the sacred flame getting extinguished are probably related, so she can destroy the village, so the party will have to long rest outside of safety. Maybe. So I would argue it's world building. Oh yeah. I think I'm a little late on the reread, but yeah, I totally agree. I'm not saying it's not world building. I'm just saying the world that was told to us is not exactly what I'm getting. I'm getting it in certain ways, but not in others. There might not be many eyebrows left to raise, yeah. Because this series is still going on and we are analyzing week to week, we as a chat do not have future knowledge that informs our opinions of how things are handled in the ep. It's fundamentally different than Cries. Very much so. Yeah. Yeah, we can't unknow what we know. Absolutely. No, I 1,000,000% agree. I like it because we'll get to the theories after this, and I loved the theorizing last stream because we can all be much more like open and candid about, because no one knows what's going to happen in the show. But it's definitely fundamentally different than Cries, yeah. There's nothing wrong with having a story happen all in one place and being very geographically limited, but it is a weird choice to do a campaign for the campaign advertising your new system and setting. It's on a like personal level, I agree. I don't think it necessarily is a choice I wouldn't like if it was very consistent. Like, again, part of my issue is that the vaults are not described as small. If the vaults were described as small, claustrophobic, we know that there's more in there. We get wafts of air through cracks in the walls. So we know that there's more to discover, but it's a long and grueling process. We barely made any progress, but we believe that one day we'll break through and we'll be there. And it's not that the cliffs are so high up that no one can make the climb, but it is that there are these birds of prey that every time someone has tried to climb the cliffside, it's really not that high, but every time someone's tried it, these big birds of prey come and sweep them off into the jungle, into some unknown nest, but fairly known fate. Like, you don't need a sense of scale to accomplish what they've accomplished with this story. And there are ways to do it without that sense of scale. But they're still doing it with the sense of scale. That's my core problem. They got there so fast with little to no trouble. Exactly. Yeah. The party had a map and it was implied to be well known, so I think it would be different if they were going somewhere new to the villagers. I mean, I think that argument was made during the first stream, which I was like, maybe, to be fair, maybe. But in terms of this second episode, the traversal of what is implied to be a large mountain what is implied to be a large mountain, and that is the reason that no one has been able to get to this monastery. We didn't get any signs or sense of them escalating in elevation until the stairs, and then they teleported from the stairs to the monastery, up a giant mountain. And he continues to reiterate that it's a mountain and that it's a long way down and all of this stuff. But they teleported there. So I think with the vaults and like them getting to the gate, maybe. But them getting this episode, the travel that happened in episode 2, that felt like teleporting. That one I feel more confident about saying like, hey, come on. It is also built very close to the starting town. The town was built on the ruins of the part that fell off the mountain. I think that was the implication. Sure. I didn't necessarily get that, but that is cool, and that would make sense. And I could see myself just having missed that. But yeah, no, I agree. Honestly, the thing that kind of weirded me out wasn't the travel from Desperlock to the mountain or to the vaults. It is everything that has happened from the vaults to the monastery and back. That's the part that I don't like. But I will move on. Number 4, the reliquary pathogen. I don't know, man. This one is a little bit more of it's not fully a me thing, but it's more of a me thing, I would say. I really don't like the trope of person opens box, just that person and no one else around them gets infected with a mystery pathogen from said box. It is an existing trope. I'm not going to try and imply or complain about like Matt inventing it or anything. Like, this is working on existing tropes and bases of storytelling. But man, do I not like the trope. Because, in my opinion, it is a trope that is essentially exists to do one of two things. It is either meant to be like an inciting, or actually maybe 3 things. Sometimes it's an inciting incident where someone is exploring, they open a box, they get blasted. That's the inciting incident for the conflict of the story. They turn into a werewolf or some shit. I don't know. Second option it is used to imply danger, especially danger from a long time past, right? And I think that is what it was meant to do here, beyond everything else. And the third option is that it's like a moral lesson. It's like don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. An Icarus sort of like slapping down someone that's too ambitious or too curious, or it's a curiosity killed the cat sort of mechanism. I don't like it when it's used as any of the three because my real problem with it is that it is so, in my opinion, luck-based. It is so, it has the stench of contrivance more than any other plot device or trope that accomplishes similar stuff. So that's the thing that I really don't like about it, especially, and I am honing in on the version of this that only affects one character. If it affects everyone in the room, like if everyone got infected with it and it was like, you're gonna turn into a smoke monster if you don't find the cure, I like that as an inciting incident. It feels random, but not contrived in like who it or not as random. Right. The entire party was there. They all decided to loot the ruins and to engage in this. So to have only one person get impacted by the curse feels contrived to me as a way to not completely and permanently refocus the campaign. It feels like a contrivance that it's only Aaron that got impacted by it. Feels like a contrivance to be like, well, you don't have to go off and find the cure. Like, Aaron will just turn into a smoke monster and it'll be fine, you know? And there's even a little bit of an aspect to it of like, she had the lock-picking tools. None of them did. She asked to come with at first. They tried to keep her away. Then she kept coming. Like, to me, it all reeks of this needed to happen because Matt planned a combat at Desperlock that extinguished the Sacred Flame. And now they have more of a reason that they need to go and get a Sacred Branch. Like, that just... It, to me, and people will have different levels at which they are willing to like suspend their disbelief. To me, this trope specifically is one that it is very hard for me to suspend my disbelief on. Like, all I see is the hand of the author, especially given all of the other Aaron stuff. I wonder if it's actually a pathogen or if it's something more sinister. Oh, I mean, Tuvo said it was a curse. Let me see. I have my notes right here. Yeah, Tuvo said it was more of a curse. At first, I thought it was a quest hook, and I was very confused. The Umbra itself is the final death. There's nothing that I can do to help her, etc., etc. Okay, I didn't actually write down exactly what it was, but I believe Tuvo did imply that it is not just a disease, not just a pathogen. I'm calling it a pathogen because we don't fully know what it was, but it does seem like it was a curse to some degree, or a spirit that went inside of her or something like that. Yeah, our buddy got Raiders of the Lost Ark. Yeah, was it related to the skull or just the fact that it was a sealed box? Tuvo implied that it was like just because it was a sealed box. Maybe it was the skull. Maybe it was the box. We don't fully know. Like, we don't 100% know which one. But it was, I think it was from that. Yeah. AOU feels like a video game where traveling into new areas takes effort, but once an area is unlocked, fast travel is possible. You know, even that, I think I would be more into but I don't even fully, I mean, I guess I do agree with it insofar as the effort to unlock new areas feels pretty minimal. Like, I think, you know, kind of what you're saying is like, they defeated the Gate Guardian, so they unlocked fast travel to Rosymorn Monastery. Or, Luzal, not Rosymorn. So by defeating the Gate Guardian, they unlocked that. I'm not against that sort of fast travel type feel and system, but even then, we didn't experience nearly the amount of effort that would mesh with the scale to me. That's my core problem. The trope doesn't bother me. The person directly in the path gets a full blast of aerosolized pathogen poison. I don't see it as a moral thing. If Aaron hadn't opened it, one of the PCs would have. So my problem with it is that it feels, it is random. It's totally random as to who opens it. But with this one, it was locked. And Aaron just so happened to have the lockpicks. My problem with the trope is that there are so many ways, to me, for it to accidentally reveal the hand of the DM. Like here, I can't help but look at the fact that they probably couldn't have opened it without Aaron. Or they would have had to like try to like bash it open, like blunt force it. And who knows how that would have gone. And if that's the case, I mean, you know, it reinforces the deadliness. But even in that case, I would still have a problem with the random arbitrary feel of it. Of like the person that just so happened to be standing closest to it gets insta-killed. That's not super, like that takes me out of it so hard. Especially in retrospect. It stops being like a story. Well, it stops being a story that I am that I'm participating in. It just ejects me. It's like, oh, now it's a story that I'm watching. I remember that I am a viewer of something that was written. Not necessarily because of any particular thing about it, but because everything about its setup is too risky of feeling purposeful to me. Matt also had Aaron offer for someone else to open the box. What would have happened if they'd taken her up on it? Then they probably would have turned into the smoke monster. Like it's not necessarily a problem for me that Aaron specifically opened it. It's the fact that she was there to facilitate the opening. Even if she doesn't get blasted with it, that just makes the box even more random. Like if she offers to have someone else open it and then they open it and get blasted with the pathogen, that is like that level and degree of randomness doesn't necessarily reveal the hand of the DM. I mean, it still does to me because, again, Aaron was there, even though they told her not to be. Whatever. But that now has this really arbitrary feel to it that makes it hard for me to take stakes seriously. Like, it makes it harder for me to take a fight with Velk seriously if I know that if I open a case full of loot, I might just get insta-killed. That removes a lot of the stakes for me. Or at least it makes me not want to go out adventuring. If it was a spray of water, the likelihood that someone else would get wet is very low. Yes, because that is water. Like I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound flippant, but I have somewhat of a problem with it being aerosolized, and I know that it's like particulate and what have you. it's not necessarily that it is not grounded in reality. I find it a little, or not a little tough. How would I say it? I find it a little tough to find it grounded in reality, but that's not even my biggest issue with it. Like, I find it tough to imagine a aerosolized, like, pathogen that has not settled to the bottom of that container, or that gets blown into someone's face, like, the moment they open it. Because that would imply that there's, like, a different pressure that then, like, sucks out the air, and that force is, like, enough to lift the particulate, because it would kind of have to be a particulate. If it's not a particulate, if it's just a gas, it would spread around the area more. Maybe it's more concentrated, like right up on it. But if anyone's even nearby, I don't know, man. That's not the biggest issue to me, but I don't remember the phrasing, but I remember the ep thread picking up on a specific phrasing of the box, which makes me wonder it. I don't know. Are we going after a branch or Aaron? Yeah, so there was a thought there of like when I thought it was just an infection, and like, because Tuvo is like, oh yeah, it's an infection, like maybe some people can heal it but I can't. I was like, oh, new quest hook? That's kind of weird. Are we gonna go after the monastery, or are we gonna go somewhere else? Like, that's a little strange for a limited series. But that ended up not being relevant. That ended up not being relevant, you know. I think 4 to 5, unfortunately, just feels super contrived. Like, I could feel Matt's fingers twitching in the curtains. Like, the whole scenario felt like that. Yeah. To me, they really felt it, yeah. I have a very high level of suspension of disbelief. I'll buy almost anything in a narrative. I guess that's fair. And that would be like, that'd be a nice way to experience media. Truly. There's zero sarcasm. That would be super nice. Because I do get ejected. I wouldn't say I have the lowest suspension of disbelief, but it's on the lower side, probably. Yeah. I just watched episode 2. Tubo said it was acting like a disease, but it was a curse. Okay. That's what I thought, yeah. I get the contrived feeling, but it was personally too tense and invested to really notice it. I guess that's my problem, is that the fact that it felt contrived lowered the tension a lot for me. Like, a feeling of it being contrived modifies the tension that I feel. It's not just like it's like a modifier that's applied to it. It's not like if it is tense enough, I can ignore the contrivance. The contrivance modifies tension for me, no matter what. No matter how high the tension was before. I also didn't, I don't know, maybe we were in different headspaces when we watched it. I didn't feel like it was particularly I didn't feel particularly tense during that scene, but that is like the way that we feel is not correct or incorrect. It's just what it is. Yeah, it's Chekhov's box. If a box is presented in a story, it must be open. It's kind of pushing the player's audience for being curious. Kind of, yeah, a little bit. And especially when it's players that are actively choosing it. Like, I can honestly get over it more in movies because the characters can be written a certain way. That's why I talked about it being, like a moral test. But yeah, I think one of the purposes it serves is to punish curiosity, which honestly is not the worst thing at the end of the day in an incredibly brutal thing like this. But I think that punishing curiosity with instant death, not instant death, but guaranteed death or guaranteed monstrification, I think that's a little too much. Yeah. Maybe it was the proximity of the skull, which could have cursed her. Yeah. You don't know whether or not it's relevant. They might not kill Aaron. Really? I mean, Look, I'll be happy to be wrong on this. I think Aaron is super fucking dead. I could be totally incorrect. But yeah, nah. There are plenty of times I've seen a movie or watched a show, really enjoyed it, and went online only to find out that I'm in the minority. I mean, I have also I've also experienced that. But it is rarely. I'm almost always, if a portion of the audience feels that some factor took them out of the story or felt contrived or what have you, I am normally in the part of the audience that has an issue with that. Like, for example, I did not watch Star Wars until I was like, oh wait, we're not going to run ads. We're not going to do it this time. And I'm going to type it out correctly. I watched Star Wars when I was like 17, watched it pretty late. And the exhaust port torpedo, spoilers for episode 4. Fuck you if you care. The exhaust port torpedo thing was so eye-rolly that it kind of made me not want to watch the others. I was like, oh, this is how we're going to resolve the plot? We can't put an ounce more thinking into it? I don't know, man. So I'm certainly, if people are gonna complain about that sort of thing, I'm in the portion that will probably be complaining about it. Cause it just fucks with tension for me. Cause once that happens, it feels like there is no way that they could have lost. You know what I'm saying? Or there's less of a way. If the enemies are going to be stupid, it makes it cheapens the victory for me. Or if the environment is going to feel overly brutal and overly punishing, well, why would I even go out on an adventure in the first place? That seems pretty stupid. But that's me. I was tense the moment Matt started subtly coughing for Aaron. I was definitely, it's weird because I simultaneously, oh, thank you for the super chat, Hefty. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $5. I very much appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, and I also, yeah, she's definitely gonna die. She's definitely gonna die. It's interesting because the thing that makes me tense there is what it implies, right? She is sick. Why is she? Oh, it's like, oh no. It's like my tension is here. Oh no, she's sick. Wait, why is she sick? Wait, is she sick from the box? She's sick from just opening the box? That's all? That's kind of the bell curve of tension that I went through when he started coughing. It was like, why is she coughing? Once I decide why she's coughing, she's coughing because of that? I actually think, wait, let me see my notes. What did I actually write? Yeah, the long touch patch of air. Oh yeah, I rolled in my notes. Let's see. Yeah, so I think this is after they opened the case, but before she started coughing. So it was like, oh, I love Brixton. I love More Hands Make Less Work from August. Lots of magic items. Matt referred to the Umbra screaming in the distance. Erin wants to get them to the monastery even more than they do, but her presence is encouraging them to go back, which it's very close, so I don't see why they wouldn't. Erin passes out. Welp, this kind of sucks. They actively tried to keep Erin back, then she just showed up pretty much just to get sick. And then I even, so that people know that I do often caveat myself when I am taking notes, I literally said, you can't see it entirely because the screen isn't big enough, but I'll read it out loud. I said, it may not be Matt's fault. It might be that whoever opened the reliquary was going to get sick. The thing had some sort of pathogen, but I hate that trope. My reading understanding of it is that it mostly serves as a punishment to be overly curious and ambitious as opposed to anything based in reality. And then I thought through it more before I actually came on here and gave this presentation. I was like, well, it doesn't only serve as a morality check. It does these other things as well. But my reaction to it was immediate. My reaction was not delayed. I had a bad reaction before she transformed into a smoke monster. I was just like, whatever, man. Yeah. If Erin had forced her way along and had not been weirdly inconvenient, if only because she was a teenager, would it still bother you / feel like the hand of the DM? No. Oh, well, it would approach it. I think that is the problem. It's like there's a certain like threshold, right, where something feels contrived or something feels like the hand of the DM. If the players not only like didn't want Erin to come, but like actively made rolls in order to keep her back, like made rolls, spent resources, even though it was just hope, to keep her back and to keep her in desperate lock, and then she shows up anyway, it's not quite raising it up to the threshold of contrivance, but it's approaching it. It is like this child, teenager, whatever. This teenager really, really, really wanted to come. That could be interesting characterization. Like, I'm fully on board with there is a way to do exactly that and it not feel contrived, but it gets it really close to the contrivance line. And I think it ultimately depends. Does a thing that happens later, like a full-on plot beat, feel as though it is, it hinged on Erin being there? And I think this is maybe why it feels more or less contrived to some people, is like, to me, the smoke monster killing Desperlock does seem kind of contrived. Because, like that makes the whole Erin thing feel contrived to me. Because I think if any of the party members had gotten the pathogen, they probably would have continued on. I mean, maybe not. I don't know. It's hard to say. All I can say is what it feels like to me. You know what I'm saying? And when a plot beat of Erin specifically turning into the smoke monster is facilitated on her subverting the efforts of the players and the characters, that's where it crosses the line over for me. So it gets it close to the line, but doesn't necessarily pass over it. You don't know the party's emotionally invested in Erin. Are they? Okay, so this is something else I wrote down in my notes. And this has to do with Erin, number 5, like all of it. Are they invested in her? Wait, actually, I have it in my presentation notes. 1 second. All right, I think. Okay. Oh, wait. Never mind. It's not in my presentation notes. It is in my normal notes. Where did I write it down, man? Okay, so this is when I thought it was a quest hook, not necessarily a this is when I thought it was a quest hook, not like she's going to blow up inside of Desperlock and that's going to be like the thing. So let me focus it up. Let's see. I love Brixton. I'm not that against this. Arutu has a statue. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. God King Obadias. Where is it? You touch the undone air. Erin's sickness isn't just mold. Oh, shit. Wait, no, it's before this. Right here. Oh, wait, no, not right there. Fuck. I need to organize these notes better before I go live. Let's see. It feels like, there we go. So it's a quest hook, but a time-based one at that. So much of why I was forgiving of the flattened travel sequences was because I chalked it up to needing to be like that for the pace. But this completely diverts them from the quest hook that they were already in the middle of pursuing. Now, I don't think that's really the case anymore, but second paragraph. It's a quest that hinges on caring about whether or not Aaron dies. Which the characters absolutely should very much care about. But the players easily and very reasonably may not give a shit about Aaron. She's been in like 2 scenes. They've barely had any time with her. As someone said earlier, it's been 2 episodes. Like, what's in the monastery is almost certainly more important than Aaron. Like, as a person. I'm just going to be honest. And that could be an interesting moral quandary in a long-running campaign with a beloved NPC like Gilmore. This is essentially the crux of a ton of superhero quandaries. You can save your loved one, or you can do the greater good thing, but you can't do both. My big problem is that Aaron should be a loved one, but the players will have a lot of trouble viewing it like that. It's driving at a dissonance between character and player. Because I'll be real with you, I don't give 2 shits about Aaron. I do not care about her at all. Which is also possibly why this, entire thing so disinvests me. I don't give a shit about Aaron. It's been 2 episodes. Like, I know that some of the characters should give a shit about her, but some of the players very reasonably might not. So I don't know, man. I would not give a shit about killing her. Really. Maybe they will. An alternate timeline AOU miniseries. After the party magically makes Aaron sleep, he just lets one of the 5 PCs open the box and embraces a PC getting KO'd in Ep 2. Maybe let them go home. Or in Ep 3, give that player the enemy stat block to fight their friends. I think there's an alternate timeline where that happens. I don't think that would feel good for the player. One of the reasons I love the death actions so much is that the players got to risk whether or not they were out for the entire campaign. This wasn't really that. This wasn't a push your luck risk. This is just like, doing anything in the world is risky. But if you're going to avoid that risk, you just have to stay home by the pyre like Brixton before this. So they are already choosing not to do that. They have already embraced that risk, and I guess that is just embracing the chance that they get insta-KO'd. But that's not very fun to me. If she miraculously makes it out alive, I feel I deserve the right to rub it in. You do. I'll fully hold that. I'll fully hold it. If she makes it out alive, that's... You called it. I did not. Because I do not think there's any shot. But I could be wrong. Yeah. Yeah. I was tense mostly because Matt was using his old voice actor tricks. That's fair. I think the bit that really hit me was her showing up at the very start of Ep 2. It felt like Matt decided she had to be there between Eps. I think that is possible. Yep. I definitely think I felt the contrivance of Aaron, but I think I let it wash over me more than it seems to have for you with the meta-awareness of the miniseries. It's not even the meta-awareness of the miniseries. It is how early we are in seeing her. It's not, and I understand what you're saying and why you're saying it, because I referenced like a long-running campaign. But I would have had the same problem if they had done it with Gilmore the second time that they met him. The reason that I brought up Gilmore is because he has been around for so long. And we as players, or audience members in our case, have gotten to know him for so long and gotten to develop a relationship with him over many, 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 many episodes. Here, there is a difference. There's a gap between how well the characters know Aaron and how well players and audience know Aaron. I don't know her from fucking Adam. I don't give a shit about her. I understand why Idol would care about her. I understand why Misty would care about her. August. I understand why those 3 characters would care about her. But I don't think there's any reason, like, really, that Travis or Taliesin or Ashley would care about her. I do, and I think that is the distinction. It's not just that it's a mini-series. It's that it's happening really, really early in the mini-series or the campaign. And there's implied time before that the character experienced, but the players haven't. So there's a gap in how much the characters care about Aaron versus, like, fundamentally how much a player can care about her. I'm not saying that they can't have some amount of care over her, but I think it's easy to say that Travis, the person, probably cares about Aaron less than he cares about Gilmore or Allura in Vox Machina episode 84. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about a gap between, like, Grog and Idol. I'm talking about Travis and Travis. And that's one of my another, like, layer of problem with it for me. It's Schrodinger's Chekhov's box. The only way to find out if it kills you or not is to open it, but it has to be opened for the story to work. Yeah, honestly, that is part of the problem. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. I guess everyone has tropes that immediately take them out, though. Mine is cutting vocal cords so someone can't talk. Oh, yeah? You know what? That's fair. And I can't think of a time that has taken me out of it. So, yeah. No, I fully agree with you. Earlier, I was like, everyone has different levels that suspension of disbelief. Everyone has different, like, tolerances to it. But I also definitely think that different people, tropes or beats or contrivances will affect their tension and affect their suspension of disbelief more or less. Yeah, totally. There's no such thing as vocal cords, as vocal folds. So if the folds are injured, you can still make sounds. It is very eye rolling to me. I get that. But this is also a child dying. I don't think the players want the child to die. Yeah. I don't know. It's like I do remember that Aaron is a child, but it's not something that is overly prescient to me. And I'll tell you exactly why. And this is something that I'm reserving opinion on, but that we'll see as the campaign goes on. To my understanding, Idol is supposed to be very close in age to her. Like, my understanding of Idol and Aaron is that they are relatively peers in terms of age, but that Idol is just substantially more mature. So he takes on, like, a big brother type of role. So, but with the way that Travis acts out Idol, I really often forget that he's young at all. Like, Travis plays Idol like a full-on adult. I don't know. I haven't really seen a lot of stuff where I'm like, yeah, Idol is a teenager. Idol is a minor. Even Idol is 18. Idol feels like 35 to me most of the time. And so, but I also remember that Idol and Aaron's relationship is that of a big brother, little sister, sort of. And so to me, that consistently makes it feel like Aaron is like 27, 29. Kind of makes her feel like she's my age. And even then, Yeah, they don't like want to see the child die, but the child is a smoke monster now that just put out the sacred pyre. Like, I'm sure they don't want to see a child die, but it doesn't seem like they have a ton of options. So I don't know. So are very good at acting and caring about characters even without a lot of lead-in. Maybe, man. I guess, I don't know. Because this is, I've seen part of campaign 1, a lot of campaign 1. And then, just this bit of Age of Umbra. I haven't seen 2 or 3. I find it difficult to believe that any member of the CR cast would care about an NPC that they were just introduced to as a player, but that their character has history with. I find it hard to believe that the player would feel as much for that character as they would for a character that has been in a dozen or 24 episodes. And that they, as a player, have gotten to see so much more of. That just doesn't make intuitive sense to me. And I can understand that I might be wrong, but that really, I just find that logically difficult to believe. Unless maybe they, had a hand in crafting the NPC. I could find maybe that believable with, how Taliesin might care about Cassandra. The first time that they meet her, because he had a hand in crafting her. But I find that hard to believe otherwise. I'm not saying you're wrong or it's impossible. And maybe it is just maybe there is a difference, but it's just very small, and I just haven't gotten to experience that. But I don't know. Oh, wait. Oh my gosh, there's been so much. I was very into what was going on with Erin. I thought that she immediately had an endearing personality. Oh, well, yeah, that is a difference between us. I didn't love Erin. I thought she was fine. But, I was not that taken with her. But that is not for any particular reason. I just didn't vibe with her. So I have no reasoning for being more into her or not. I don't think she's a bad character. I think she's a good character. I just don't vibe with her that much. Erin is part of at least one of their backstories. I mean, maybe. We don't know that. She's the daughter of the person that they're staying with, but I don't think we have confirmation that any of the players collaboratively built her. We don't have any evidence of any of the players being involved in the creation of any NPC. It might have happened, but we don't have any view on that. I guess the question mark there is that an expectation issue of where the plot for the miniseries is set up to go. You're thinking the monastery is the key path, but really the Pyre Desperlock is it? Okay. Maybe. I find that I'll say it like this. I think that the monastery is the path, the ultimate path for the miniseries. Because I find that a much more interesting path than Desperlock the Pyre being the ultimate path forward. And I would say that I was set up to believe that sort of thing by the Age of Umbra trailer and intro, where I'll show it to you. Why? The specifics. I can think of a very specific line where I'm oh, that is not what I was led to believe. And I even remember the visual of when they say the line right here.
Dying and suffused with shadow, marching towards entropy and death, doing the best you can for as long as you can before you either succumb or rise up to change the fate of those that still survive. If you enjoy
The rise up to change the fate of those that survive. I would say that my expectation for thinking that the monastery is the end point for the miniseries, or is like the central path, is aligned with their description of Age of Umbra as a frame, of this thing where you just like slowly grind out until you die, or this thing where you take this huge path to glory and like fundamentally change the area around you. If just maintaining Desperlock and the Pyre was like the end point, I would say that's not as much of what was implied by the trailer. So, and I'm not saying that they, you know, it has to be that way, but I would say that that is like broadly kind of counter to more of what I have been told. If it's just about maintaining Desperlock as a society and basically they end the campaign when they started, that I'm not saying that couldn't be fun and interesting. Holding the line against a horde of death is a well-established genre. The first thing that comes to mind is Warhammer Vermintide. Like, that is absolutely a thing. But then the monastery feels like this weird distraction, and I'm also not quite sure how they're going to keep that up. Like, either this feels like a distraction from the monastery, or the monastery feels like a distraction from this, and I don't know where this would go after, like, 3 or 4 episodes. So I can agree that it's a question mark, but it's one that I feel like I have an answer to. So I don't know. Even Matt probably cares more for Allure or Gilmore than Aaron. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. I'm gonna try to skip some more. Is Idle supposed to be a minor though? Almost certainly. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure Idle is like 17. I could be totally off on that. I am almost positive Idle is supposed to be like 17. Here, let me see. Age of Umbra, episode 1. Because I know, I mean, it'll be like right when they introduce him. So we can just see. Because I could be wrong here. But that is definitely the impression that I've had so far. Idle. Describe what you see as you rush out to check Idle. He rushes out. He's trying to spot an early indicator. You see Vigil. Weathered Man. Desperlock. Man, a few words. When did they actually describe him? They're describing Ghost Hook, but they're not actually describing Idle. Is it maybe Truva the Hedge, an older male Galapa? Yeah, I don't know. Old age is very different here, etc., etc. Female dwarf in her 40s. Yeah, I don't know. I know it's somewhere in episode 1 where they generally describe Idle's age in, the same way that I think they reference Brixton's age as being, old. Like, Brixton is old for a dwarf. And I could have sworn that they said that that they said that Idle was young, but I do not know. I don't know where it is. So maybe I'm wrong about that. Yeah, 8 feels too convenient for a 2-month run within 1 week. Let's see. As an actor, I have believably pre-existing relationships with characters when I'm doing a play and I have to care about them. I guess here, because I've done a lot of acting, I can definitely understand where you're coming from with this. This is the way I would phrase it. Do you think that you connect with those characters that you have pre-existing relationships more during the initial script read or on closing night? Like, are you more or less connected, or equally connected, I guess is an option, to the opposing character? And like, do you feel more invested in them and their story on closing night or on the initial like first rehearsal script read? For me, I definitely grow an attachment to the characters over the course of doing a show. So that's why I kind of bring this up as like, it's not about the length of the overall show. It's just about the amount of time that they've had with her, which is very little. You know? That, for the record, that's me speculating on possibility. I have no clue either way. No, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm not an active actor, but even in my RP, like I was really invested in my character's sister, even without meeting her. But yeah, I can't really give CR examples if there are any. Who knows? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I can understand that, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I recently played a session where I spent a lot of time and energy to make sure 2 NPC kids that I'd barely spoken to didn't have to watch my party kill their parents. I can also see that. Like, I'm not even saying that, like, you are spending time and energy for a better solution to what is going on here. The way that this conversation started was with me having an issue if the quest became diverted to cure Aaron. Like, imagine if for those 2 NPC kids that you barely knew and you couldn't talk to in future, the rest of the next, like, 10 episodes or the next 10 sessions were entirely dedicated to curing them of some disease instead of pursuing the other things that you were doing. Maybe you'd be into that. I can totally see that. But I think that sort of thing is much more effective if the person that it is being diverted for is someone that the players have a pre-existing relationship with. Like I talked about Allura possibly being kidnapped at some point during the Chroma Conclave arc, right? That would have been a big diversion from, a vestige hunt. But because they know and care about Allura, I think they would have done it. So it's like, I can see what you guys are saying. I'm not saying that like you can't be invested in a character you don't know. It's just about like the scale of things. That quote could also be used in traversing the environment. Oh, what was it? What was my quote? I don't know what it was. I fully understand your expectation idea as well. Probably inclined to agree as well. Yeah. But no, I think it's fair to argue against. It's fair to argue against. I also thought Idle was like a grown adult. Travis uses his regular voice. Type in words described what you see human, years old. Wiki doesn't list an age for Idle. Let's see. Years. 5 or 6 years ago. 60 to 70 years. Years of Muck and Mire. It's like years and years, and then somebody animated you. I tended to the flame for about 15 years, but a handful of years. Nope. Damn. Youth, possibly? You see a young mid-teens female dwarf. The ever-exuberant cheerfulness that only the arrogance of youth in such a dire place could really muster. She has a tattered cloak. Well, hey there, so what happened? It was just a funny go. Mosquito bite. You want to see paw. So snakes made it back. Yeah. No, I don't know. Any other youths? I work with them, but they don't respect me because of my youth. Ever exuberant cheerfulness. Yeah, no, nothing there. I don't know. The wiki does imply that Aaron was in Idol's backstory, and again, sibling age gaps can be massive. Well, to be clear, we know that they're not siblings. Like, to be fully clear, we know that Idol is from a totally different settlement, and that Aaron is the daughter of whatever his name is, the other Lothroot, like the village dad, and that is not Idol's father. So we know that they're not siblings. We know that they're not actual siblings. But I mean, I think she's in Idol's backstory insofar as she's in Missy and August's backstory as well. That's fair. I feel it more by the end of the run. Coming at it from a scripted POV rather than improv was a misstep. I guess I'm not saying that I wouldn't care more given time, but that I'm more predisposed to care right away than waiting for the earned bond. I get what you're saying. And I think I am definitely, like, I definitely can care right away, depending on how into a NPC I am. Like, I would say I care more about what's his name, Hofstetter, the drunk scholar that they just met. I probably care more about him than I care about Aaron, just because I'm more interested in him. So there's definitely like layers to predisposition and care. I'm just saying it's so early to put her on that, to put her as like the moral quandary. It feels very early. The trailer quote. Oh, that quote could be used in traversing the environment as well. What was it? What was the trailer quote? Now I'm. It was to either scrounge or to rise up and change your fate. That could be used in traversing the environment as well. I'm not sure that I understand the comparison, but maybe. I will form a strong attachment to a character that I made, even if I don't use them for anything. It's different when it's someone else using the character, even if I made them. Yeah, that's all, yeah. But you were implying they had a sibling-like relationship. Oh, that's true. But I'm saying, like, we know that she's 16. He feels like he's in his, like, 30s or 40s. Like, you certainly can have a sibling-like relationship. It's, you know, if it's like an uncle and a niece sort of situation. But the week says Idol specifically helped her out, and they formed a sibling-like friendship afterwards. Interesting. Where, and how? Where and how do we know that? This is crazy because we have like 2 episodes to get lore from. I feel like it should be easy for me to find Travis talking about Idol's past, but I can't. Like, because this really is something that, like, I know was not established it was in episode 2? What? When did they say it in episode 2? I can only imagine it would have been like right towards the beginning. Aaron. And maybe it'll imply something about Idol's age, but I still, like, I was almost certain that Idol was young, but it feels like Travis is playing him old. Aaron, if it's really you, where did we first meet? We met in Desperlock, hadn't been that far out there. I was being chased down and would have had that creature if you hadn't come out there and tried to steal the glory. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that is what I think. That fits with what I thought happened. I thought, because we know that he's from a different settlement, so it seems like he came from somewhere else, came to Desperlock, and then seems like saved Aaron. But I don't know how old he is. I could have sworn Mans is like 18 or 17. I could have sworn. I don't know why I think that. Maybe it's like a session 0 thing, but I don't know. he's acting Travis age, not young person age. He's definitely acting Travis age. And for a while, like I even, in my initial presentation, I called Idol young for his age. Or old for his age. Like I talked about in session 0 when I was talking about Idol. I was like, oh yeah, he acts much more mature than you might expect for someone his age. Like my fundamental picture is of Idol as a much younger person. And I don't know where I got that from. I can't find it, if it does exist. I thought it could, so this is him reaching the wall. They're trained warriors, you catch your breath. Ah! The sounds and whispers are over. Townsfolk and Desperate coming out to see what the commotion is, seeing you arriving. You see as a young man who you have not really encountered much in the time you've been there rushes up. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. You should get to Tuvo. He looks at you up and down. Oh, wait, is this not it? 4 other people. You rest your arm over this young man, maybe 16 or 17, starts carrying you over. Maybe I got confused and thought that was Idol that was helping him. But I actually don't think it is. Travis. I'd probably break out and head to the front. I do think I may have gotten confused and thought that the person helping Sam or Snicks was Idol. Yeah, Damn. I definitely thought that was not the case. Oh well. I also think the trope of figuring yourself out and your powers out gives teenage coming of age vibes. That is also true. That might have something to do with me continuing to think it. Yeah. Sometimes our mind fills in knowledge gaps with crazy info. That's true. Okay. Anyways, we're going to stop talking about Aaron. I think we've definitely talked it through. Last thing, and this is a quick thing, but it's the fact that PvP, player versus player actions, are capable of generating fear and hope. It's a small thing, but I would not do it at my table. Like, because fear and hope are broadly balanced, but they're not actually balanced. They're not actually 50-50 because crits give you hope as well. So there is a slight skew towards a likelihood of generating hope as opposed to generating fear. Whenever you roll the dice, barring other factors, you are more likely to generate hope. So doing actions, is a positive EV activity in regards to hope. And if you don't know what EV is, gambling term. I don't really like gambling, to be clear. I'm not much of a gambler myself, but expected value of a bet is calculated the probability of winning times the amount won minus the probability of losing times the amount lost, substituting all of those values. And rolling the dice is a positive EV if you consider hope and fear to be roughly equivalent in value because you are more likely to win or roll hope because of the crits. I like that. To be clear, that's not one of the things I dislike. I like that that rolling the dice is a positive EV activity because I think it encourages action. If it was a negative EV, like if it was more likely to lose you resources or to gain the DM more resources, then that would kind of inherently discourage action. So I like that there's only positive crits. I'm good with that. Yeah, like Brittany said, I just realized there are no crit fails that can give GM fear. Exactly. Absolutely. Yeah, there's no equivalent to the nat 1. The crits are not balanced. So rolling flat out is a player-sided activity. It's good for the players if there are rolls. And again, I like that. It is an encouraging thing to encourage them to roll more, just like kind of inherently at the base level. But that also means that theoretically, the more you are able to roll, like it's not like in D&D where like, oh, you're a high roll DM, a low roll DM, and it's kind of like a stylistic thing. It depends on how much you want randomness. If you're high or low roll in Daggerheart, there is a mechanical consequence. If you are higher rolling, you are essentially very minorly powering up your players more than a low roll DM. You're still powering them to the same proportion. So that's not exactly true. Like, because the proportion of because the EV is consistent, it actually, the raw amount of times that you roll doesn't actually matter in terms of how player or DM sided it is. But it does kind of matter if you have a lot of variance between the types of activities. Like when we think of a low roll DM, we normally think of DMs that are calling for rolls where another DM might just view that roll as unnecessary, right? They might view it as trivial, something that just happens. We're not exactly talking about tone at the table. And for trivial things that still get rolls, in D&D that doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter that there's basically no consequence if you fail. A lot of times in D&D, especially for a high roll GM like Matt, there will be rolls that he calls for where the failure proposition is just nothing happens, right? There's basically no consequence. In Daggerheart, there is always a mechanical consequence, positive or negative, regardless of what actually occurs in the fiction. Outside of the fiction, mechanically, fear or hope is always generated. So, it means that if you are having the PCs roll for relatively trivial things, they are going to wind up with a higher proportion of a higher proportion of hope, not compared to fear, but a higher proportion of hope compared to fictional consequences. Which is sort of weird to think about, but it is a facet of this. And it's why I don't like the PvP can generate fear or hope. Because not only is PvP most often, at least in the way that Critical Role do it, and the way that I do it at my table, PvP often has relatively low consequences. If you fail a roll or you succeed on a roll, it's not that bad. The worst it can be is just not that bad. And so if you allow PvP to generate fear and hope, you are essentially offering this low-cost activity, this low-risk activity that for a fact you're gonna go positive on in terms of hope versus fear. You're gonna go positive in the long run, and there's very low consequences to failing other than the fear, which again you're going positive on. And the other aspect to it is that PvP is almost always available, if that makes sense. I can't always roll perception, or the equivalent, to use a D&D term. I can't always roll perception to look around the monastery. The second time I ask in a 1 minute period, the DM's going to be like, no, you can't do it again. You just did it. I can't roll that. but I can roll PvP. I can just come up with all sorts of ways to fuck with my fellow players. Low consequences to doing it. And it's essentially a way to farm hope. And to me, it's very simple. Just don't have PvP generate fear and hope. This is already established in Daggerheart, like as an option. Reaction rolls do not generate fear and hope. In fact, Matt has, it's Idle and Misty. And Matt has Idle's roll that he's doing to Misty generate fear and hope, but he makes Misty's roll a reaction roll. Fair enough. But hers doesn't generate fear and hope. So, you know, like, it would obviously be a little bad faith. But it does allow PCs to just roll hope up until they're all at their caps. And they know that they will have gotten more out of that than the GM did. The GM's obviously still going to be powered up, but not as powered up as them. So, I would just say, you can do all the PvP rolls you want. I'm down. But they just don't generate fear and hope. It's a very simple change to me. And that is, if I run Daggerheart, absolutely, like, I've said repeatedly, like, oh, I don't know if I would run this way, or I don't know how I would run that. If I run Daggerheart, PvP will not generate fear and hope. It's relatively unnecessary, I would say, and has a bad mechanical consequence if you take it into the extreme. And I don't think my players would take it into the extreme, but that bad mechanical consequence is still there, even if they don't take it to the extreme. So, yeah. TTRPGs and actual plays being cool media makes your brain create a strong mental image that can be very different than other people's or even what is textually present. That's true. I don't know if I like having crit successes without crit fails. You know, that is something that I am uncertain about, and not even in a way where I have an interesting enough opinion to put it on the slide of things I'm uncertain about. Like, I am uncertain about the fact that Daggerheart has no crit fails. But yeah, not in a way that I have anything interesting to say about it. I'm just not sure about it. Which sounds like you. It's like, I don't know if I like having crit success without crit fails. It's like, yeah, I don't have any like super complicated reason as to why. I'll just have to feel it out. But I also don't really play with skill crits. But I kind of do. Like, I flavor things according to skill crits. So I kind of do. And taking a crit fail away does, you know, remove my opportunity to flavor things like that. I don't know. It's tough to say. It is tough to say, yeah. Like I said, I'm totally with you. I'm uncertain on it, but I truly do not have anything intelligent to say about, like, why I'm uncertain. The vibes just feel weird. Yeah. I try to do things to get rolls all the time in D&D, but sometimes my GM doesn't tell me to roll unless I phrase it so that I'm aiming for it. So a system that incentivizes rolling, some GMs will take practice to work it in regularly. So I agree with you. It definitely does incentivize rolling. But, and I think that you're right in that sometimes GMs don't tell you to roll unless you phrase it in a certain way. I think that's a very fair observation. The main thing that I like about it is that it encourages action. Like, I remember when I was looking at the beta, I did not like that some abilities ended when you rolled with fear, because that discourages rolling. Like, if you, it used to be like the Fairy's Flight used to end when you roll the next time you rolled with fear. And until then, you could just fly. And so it's like, okay, well, then I'm going to activate that and then try to do everything I can within flight to avoid an action roll and like get the most benefit out of flight. So like that was an example of something that discourages action or risk. But I like that this system will encourage people to try and do the sort of things that would proc a roll, right? Now, that all said, I think you're still hitting on something which I, talked about earlier in the uncertainty section of I do broadly think that Daggerheart is going to be more of a challenge for like new GMs, like just learning the ropes for several reasons. But I don't think this is one of the biggest challenges that they're going to face, but it certainly is a factor, I think. See you later, Brittany. In D&D, I often want to roll so I can use support or utility resources and feel like I'm living my character. Are there skills like guidance or inspiration in DH? I think so. But I also don't think that they actually like require rolls. There are some abilities in that vein. So yeah. I just realized that to people who don't know the hot and cool theory of media, it sounds like I said that TTRPGs are like totally rad, dude. Oh, I did. I don't know the hot and cool theory of media, which does sound like something that I would know. And I am interested in. It did just sound like you said TTRPGs are totally rad, broham. Hot and cool media. Oxford reference. Let's see. A distinction made by MacLeod between media such as print, photographs, radios, and movies, hot media, and media such as speech, cartoons, the telephone, and television, cool media. Hot media are high definition because they are rich in sensory data. Cool media are low definition because they provide less sensory data and consequently demand more cognitive effort involved in the use of different media. Arguably, in McLuhan's terms, television has grown hotter since the 1960s as its technical picture quality has improved. That is very interesting that print and radio and movies are in there. Like, I find it very interesting that radio is in there, but telephone isn't. But maybe it's a function of the times. So these terms are relative. Critics of McLuhan's concept have argued that it reifies the medium, underestimating differences within the same medium. The degree of audience engagement does not depend primarily on the medium itself, although its affordances may play a part, but on its content and the ways in which the medium is used on specific occasions within specific contexts. See McLuhanism, compare high and low involvement. I mean, I do think that something that I do see here as like a distinction that I often make, and maybe high and low involvement is, maybe along the lines of what I'm thinking. Oh, I just realized that you guys can't see. Sorry. Is like, I have thought a lot about like reading books as opposed to listening to audiobooks, and passive versus active media, where like telephone less so, but cartoons, speech, I would say radio, nowadays probably movies, because you can see movies better at home. You used to have to go to a theater. Photographs, print, like hot media, it seems like broadly, at least if we kind of port it to today, are things that you have to like actively focus on, like reading a book. If your mind wanders, you stop intaking the media. Like essentially the media stops. or you have to do something to like actively tune into the media, like tuning to a radio station. This one I feel less like it belongs in that category. But like movies, you have to go out to a movie theater. So yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting because actual plays are definitely like, I would almost see them as, I don't want to say hot, but like, to me, they feel like something that you have to like really actively, or maybe they are hot. But yeah, it's like TTRPGs in general are something you have to actively engage in. Whereas a television show is more just something that happens that you can tune into. Am I understanding it? Is that kind of the hot and cold of like a cool media just kind of happens and you passively like tune into it? Whereas hot media, you have to like actively engage your mind in order to like really participate. You can't just like tune in and out of it and be getting the experience. That's what it seems like to me, at least. But I could be interpreting that wrong. I'm going to say no on ads because I don't have a ton of theorizing, and theorizing is next. So I'm gonna skip past ads. The guide is you should only roll if something could change, like plot-wise. Yeah, which, I mean, that makes total sense, yeah. I made it all the way through IKEA in a tiny part of a mega stream. Yeah. As an explanation for the way players engage with the medium. Honestly, I blame MacLeod for not coming up with a better name. That is a weird name, I won't lie, yeah. The concept is better than in which category he puts each medium in. Fair enough. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Yeah. Hot is more like higher information definition, and cool leaves more for interpretation, imagination, implications. Okay. So within this concept, a photograph is hotter than a painting. Am I kind of tracking there? Because yeah, in that case, I would say TTRPGs are incredibly cool. Incredibly cool. I would totally agree with that. Yeah. Anyways. Notable bits of lore. I had basically one. Wasn't a ton of like notable lore bits in this one. The only, yeah, pretty much sick. Okay. There were dark forces before the Umbra, or possibly more precisely, because maybe it would matter, before the apostasy, and they are described as an anathema to the veiled gods, which I really liked as terminology. Anathema, you might know for its more, secular meaning, but it also has a specifically religious connotation to it, in terms of like the Pope excommunicating someone or denouncing heresy. And they would say like, they excommunicated the anathema, I believe is how it's kind of used. And I like that. The setting is very religious in a way that I'm into. I'm into it. I like a lot of the like religious undertones, how they're twisted, how they're leaned into, leaned out of. I like it a lot. Even them describing like the skull, talking about, this was not a holy person, this was an evil person. Yeah. A novel is very cool. An HD 3D game is super hot. Okay, yeah. I'm tracking with you. Okay. So yeah, that's it. Like I said, not a lot of notable lore, if you ask me. But I did think that this was worth noting in terms of it does sound as though there was an existing, not necessarily contrast, but an existing opposing force to the Veiled Gods before the apostasy. And we got even more of that with the description of like what the rituals and runes were for on the skull. it sounds like there were dark spirits. There were, the equivalent of devils, demons, whatever. Before the apostasy, before the Umbra, possibly those are interchangeable, possibly they're not. It sounds like there was an existing dark force. And so it's not entirely clear if the Umbra is that dark force and now the Veiled Gods just aren't around to contest it, or if something else is going on. So I did think that was interesting. Takeaways. Here it comes. The final, the thesis, what the title is about. Number 1, Matt seems very focused on character over environment. I kind of said this after episode 1. I feel very confident about it now. And I put it in the takeaways section. Even though I put the, the no environment actions, I put that in things I don't like. I'm not putting this in things I don't like, to be clear. This is a takeaway for me. Because, I think it is a mostly stylistic or creative aspect of his style. I don't really think it's a good or a bad thing. I do think that if you are going to be focused on character over environment, there are certain things that are possibly do's and don'ts, which I think that Matt does a lot of do's, but occasionally maybe a don't. For example, I wrote down a couple of examples of how I think this has concretely affected Age of Umbra. I think he leans into character over environment to the point, and Teprock said it at the beginning, of characterizing the environment through the characters and through the characters' effects on the environment and possibly even the environment's effects on them. I use the example of Velk. I thought Velk was really cool, and the way in which he engaged with, I'm just going to call the temple the Firmament's Harrow. Asterisk every time I say that in the future. The temple itself might not be the Firmament's Harrow. It might be the area around the temple and the monastery. I can't tell. But I'm just going to call the temple the Firmament's Harrow. So, the way that Velk interacted with the Firmament's Harrow, the braziers, his supplication before the statue, that was all substantially more characterizing, just the way that he treated the space. And even him saying you utter blasphemies on holy ground, or something akin to that, when August shot the string into his ear and tried to put him to sleep, I think. All of that, them talking about the monastery and the things that they did, to the Harrow, and the things that they did to the Harrow are more telling of the Harrow than anything that was actually described. We did not get architecture. We didn't get any specific decorations or tapestries or rugs or materials. We didn't get the stone that this is made out of. You've never seen it before, even in the underground vaults where many of the caverns are traced through this existing stone. This stone seems to have been imported. The tiling, all of that. Maybe a specific type of plant is growing on the Harrow that doesn't grow anywhere else. They do a nature check. They're like, what the fuck is that plant? And Matt is like, oh, that's a plant that only, grows in this type of environment or in an environment that has been treated in this way. All of these kind of things could have been ways that the environment could have told us about itself. But instead, we get pretty generic. It's grand. It's a monastery. and there's a little building outside of it. And the most interesting thing was part of it was collapsed. That was cool. I liked that. But that was the most environmental detail that we got. And if I'm being a little pessimistic, I think that probably was thought up for on the battle map before it was thought up in the lore. If I'm being pessimistic. If I'm being optimistic, that sounds like the result of King Obadias, or Othadias, ascending. You know what I'm saying? Just like Velk wants to. So if I'm being optimistic, that's baked into the lore, baby. But if I'm being pessimistic, because it was such a central feature on the map, I think it could be pretty readily assumed that it was come up for as an interesting feature of the map and then described that way separately. Which, I will say, good foreshadowing. Love that. Definitely good to foreshadow that sort of big map feature that's going to be fundamental to the combat well before the combat starts, if it even starts. I mean, it seems like combat with Velk was not guaranteed. So, this is not me trying to shit on that at all. I'm just saying it's really the only amount of true, honest to God, an environment characterizing itself that we got. The stairs were stairs. They didn't have any etchings on the side in a material that none of the parties able to recognize, that has this sort of cave painting mural aesthetic that gives us some description about the monks that once inhabited Rosymorn, or Luzal, not Rosymorn. Right, there are so many environmental details that could have made Luzal or the Firmament's Harrow unique in and of themselves. And we got, I would say, almost zero. I would say 0 plus 1 with the with half of the temple and everything being gone. Which, again, this is in my takeaways section. Because conversely to that, I loved Velk. Velk was so interesting, I thought. I was incredibly compelled by Velk. I was, we talked about how I wasn't, super whatever about Aaron. I was riveted by Velk. Loved it. I was interested in his backing thought process. I was asking myself the question, did he just sign up with the Vigil in order because he thought, getting to the monastery was his destiny? Has this always been his plan, or did he just seize upon the moment? I also was did he actually die in the fight with the Gate Guardian? But it's talked about, how if your body is not burned or beheaded, then you go crazy and go into the Umbra. And so now I'm asking the question based on how he acted, oh shit, was Velk dead? For real, was Velk dead the whole time? And this is what it looks like for a dead body, a consciousness maybe, still piloting this corpse to go and attempt to join the Umbra. I don't know. Did the Umbra make Velk its servant, essentially, to go and free this other dark spirit that, went into Velk and empowered him? Maybe the Umbra is trying to free some imprisoned spirits around the world. It was... Velk was awesome. Velk did a ton of world building. He was heavy lifting for me in terms of world building the setting. I loved it. And so that's why I'm saying, that is why this is a thesis, not in a positive or a negative way, but in a, I feel like I am really picking up on something that I kind of knew, or I kind of had an idea of from Vox Machina, but it seems more extreme right now to me. And it seems as though all of the world building that Matt is like really focusing on is character oriented. The characters are telling us about the world that we live in. The world isn't really telling us about itself. You are not going to walk in to a totally empty ruin and probably be able to define much about who was there or what they did, even to the extent of the magic items. Like, the magic items were the most unique, you might call it like, you know, piece of the environment, but they are things that would have been utilized by people. It tells us about the faction that inhabited it. It didn't tell us about, like, the facilities of Luzal. It didn't tell us about the purpose of the room that we were in. It told us about the Inquisitors, or not the Inquisitors, the Ordinance. It taught us about the faction, the Ordinance, and what they did. Even the skull, possibly the most, you know, interesting environmental detail, is a piece of a person, and it isn't like, oh, this sarcophagus is like a machine. It's like an Iron Maiden where they trap you inside of it and then it like does this thing to your skull. It is, oh, the Ordinance did that to him. This is about what people do to other people. They just happened to live here. You know, this is just the place that they were and the place that they did their stuff. And so that is, again, why I kind of focus in on this thesis of he is focused on character and people over environment in a lot of ways. I think it's still telling that we have encountered Velk, the Forsaken, before we've encountered the Umbra. We've heard it off in the distance, but we haven't even seen it. And I know, we're only 2 episodes in. But the fact that we've seen someone get possessed by a little mini spirit before we've seen the Umbra, from an environmental perspective, it's a little weird. From a character perspective, it makes total sense. Before we see the Umbra, what is essentially the big evolved version of the little mini Smokey that went into Velk, before we see the big version, we see how just a little bit of the smoke can impact someone on a personal level. We see that even a little fragment of that just, you know, totally incidentally inhaled by Aaron can turn her into a big old smoke monster. Way beyond even, or, you know, questionably beyond even what Velk was. We get this escalating level of personal threat. This is what a fraction of the Umbra does to a person. We don't see the Umbra ravage across an open field full of grazing animals, and when it passes, all of their bones are just left on the plains. We see small pieces of it affect a person. Again, character over environment. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing. And I think in a lot of ways, Matt is really good at parlaying things about the world and, you know, in regards to world building, that I would find incredibly difficult to relate back to a character, but Matt seems to do it. I don't want to say easily. I don't know how hard or easy it is, but he seems to do it relatively clearly. He has communicated so much about the frame purely through character work and very little of it through the actual environment, which is itself impressive. And that's the end. It's not extreme, or it's not scripted, everybody. That was the end of it. Are you crit failures? Fairly Fear kinda fills that role. Kinda. But that's like Success with Hope. Same, you know. Overall, I'm meh on almost all contrived initiation points for the various TTRPGs actual plays I've seen, not just CR. But the combat in AOU E2 was so riveting. I agree. Best combat. I mean, certainly best combat in AOU. I said it during the first session, and I am going to continue to say it. These combats, man, it's it is like if I'm putting Critical Role combats on a tier list, we have to have a separate tier list for Daggerheart and D&D. Like, especially not just in terms of how fun I think they would be to participate in terms of, but especially in terms of how fun they are to watch. Holy shit, dude! Like, I loved Kevdak. Kevdak is my like S tier, campaign 1 example. I think I was more riveted. It's a debate. I'll put it like that. It's a debate in my head whether or not I was more riveted by the Kevdak fight or the Velk fight. And like, the Kevdak fight had so much extra context and like, frankly, a better map going for it. Like, it had so many things going for it. And it's debatable on whether or not I think it was better than the Velk fight. Because, like, the floor of the Velk fight, like, the floor of how much more entertaining Daggerheart combat is to me, it's tough, man. It's... Kevdak was super long. He was super long. He was super long. And, like, a lot of the, points within it were super interesting. But they were also separated by a lot of duds. There's very little dud-esque, or there was very little. I don't want to say in general. But at least within Velk, there was very little, like, that turn was boring, and I tuned out because it was boring. There was maybe 1 or 2 turns that weren't the most riveting, but, like, even in the best campaign 1 combat, and I shouldn't even say campaign 1, I should say D&D in general. It's incredibly hard to manufacture a D&D combat that does not have a decent amount of boring turns. Like, I think if you can keep the amount of boring turns under 20%, you've probably, like, crafted an all-time combat. I think on average, it's probably closer to 30, like a third of the turns are probably kind of boring. Maybe those numbers are a little off, but you get what I mean. We might quibble over the exact numbers. I'm just throwing shit out. But it was so many less in Daggerheart, so many less boring turns. Especially with this most recent Velk combat. In the first 2 combats, I'd say there were more boring turns. I wasn't as riveted by it. But I think that's largely, if I had to chalk it up, it was, they're getting their sea legs. I can't expect too much out of the first 2 combats. And that's why I said, I was like, the Gate Guardian was fine. The Gate Guardian, good for a first session. Now, was that combat good for a 10th session? But it was good for a first session. I think it was fine. And yeah, man, that Velk combat, it's really good. It's kind of like the glowing stones in Draconia. I'm assuming this is related to before I was talking about combat. It might not be relevant for the story right now, but even it is vanilla. If it is vanilla, it's still flavor. Yeah, absolutely confused strawberry. Yeah, that is like environmental detail that like characterizes the environment totally separate from the people that inhabit it or the effect that they've had on it. Now, I think, like, I shouldn't say it's best. My personal favorite style is when those things work hand in hand. When the environment affects the characters and the characters affect it back. Like, to me, that dynamism and interplay and, like, back and forth between environment and character, that is when I am the most engaged in a location and in the people that inhabit that location. I think they are better together. for my own personal taste. But I think it's very reasonable that other people feel differently about that, or just have natural inclinations that are different from that. Yeah. It also begs the question how much more impressive it would be if some more time was spent on environment. It does beg the question. It does. Like, and you know, I can't, and this is why it's complicated. And the reason I wouldn't want to put it in like things I don't like or things I'm unsure on is because I am assuming I'm trying to, you know, I'm walking into analyzing Matt and the GMing with as much good faith as possible. I am assuming Matt is putting in as much creative effort as he has like room and space for in his head and in his schedule. And I am assuming that he is kind of partitioning that effort wisely. Like he knows himself. And I think that there is something to be said that, you know, if it would take him double or triple the creative effort to create an environment that communicates as much and is as good as Velk, the character, that means that we're getting less overall really good content. You know what I'm saying? And it means that we're getting less stuff that is overall very good. Like, I think, you know, I am assuming that Matt is focusing on characters because that is either what gets him out of bed and like gives, like refills his tank more. You know, he essentially has more energy to give for character work or for character world building than environment. Or that he just finds himself to be more skilled at creating really compelling characters as opposed to really compelling environments. And so if you focus too much on the environments, in order to get it up to the same overall level of quality, would take just drastically more work. I think there's something to be said there. So that's why, you know, I do think I would like it more if there was more effort put into the environment. But that is only insofar as it doesn't take away a disproportionate amount from the characters. Because I think the characters are great. Like, if I could swap it out one for one, it's like, oh, you know, the good impact that Velk had, and let's swap it out for the exact same amount of impact that an environment could have, and that'll take the exact same amount of like time and effort from Matt, then yeah, I'd prefer for it to be more balanced. I think they work. I think you kind of get you know, a greater than the sum of its parts effect when you do that. But in a more realistic sense, I think it is or not a more realistic sense, but I think it's a decent possibility that sort of alternate scenario is probably not possible. Yeah. The fluidity of turns, we're talking about combat, how it forces everyone to pay attention, audience and PCs, and to communicate, so engaging. I agree. Like, I found myself in episode 1 finding it harder to track. I don't know exactly what it was, this combat, but I didn't find it as hard to track. It could be because, you know, I'm just slowly getting more used to the system. But I 100% agree. I was so much more invested and interested in the Velk combat as opposed to like the standard D&D combat. And no waiting around for someone to make a choice / do their turn. It's interesting because there was some amount of waiting around for everyone to do their turn. But yeah, exactly. And I do think that's something I didn't even actually bring up. But the fact that there is no off turn, right? I described this in one of our conversations during Critical Eyes about counterspell and concentration, where I talked about, you know, things possibly having a longer casting time, and that would promote more teamwork at the table. And someone mentioned, you know, with how slow D&D combat is, don't you think? In fact, I'm not going to display it on screen, but I'll find the exact thing that I said and how I responded, because I think it's really relevant here to this conversation. Let's see. Was it in Critical Role, no spoilers, or was it in TTRPG General? I don't remember. Or was it in Homebrew? I think it was in No Spoilers Critical Role. Let's see. Agree on the concept of vagueness. No. Oh, yes. Okay. There we go. Yeah, it was from Teprock earlier in the stream. Ari, Mega's proposal of having big impactful spells take a few turns to cast, and that creating a fun game of protecting the caster. I think the obvious problem with that is that, sure, protecting the caster is interesting, but then the player doing the spell is just sitting there for 2 hours, because, D&D combat, watching everyone do the fun thing while skipping their turns for something that might do nothing. And I had a really long response to that, but the primary response that I had was the length of D&D combat is mostly a problem, in my opinion, because it is mostly a solo endeavor. There are not a lot of team-up options within the rules or that emerge naturally. It's not just that it's slow, it's that you don't have much to do between your turns. And I had a longer conversation about that. But as it relates to this, that's not a problem if there is no between your turns. It doesn't matter if, like, even Crazy Smith saying, the Kevdak combat was so long. It was, and I think length can be a problem regardless of TTRPG, but it's more of a problem in D&D than it is in Daggerheart, because at every stage, if anyone on your side can act, you can be the one that acts. So you are so much more engaged. In D&D, you do what you're going to do, and then you are basically hands off. And I think it's one of the things that leads to more features in D&D being forgotten. A condition that you have, a effect that you put on someone else, an effect that you put on an adversary. You are encouraged a lot of times to kind of just disengage during your turn, or during turns that are not yours. It's why when we were looking at 5.5, I said I love that they are working in more things with reactions. I wish there were even more things to do with reactions, because reactions seems like one of the ways to address that. But there are so few things, frustratingly few things, that actually use your reaction. So by and large, you do nothing between your turns, and then you kind of tune out, and then you miss the few times that you might actually be able to do something between your turns. Absolutely frustrating thing about D&D. Again, I've already defended initiative earlier in this stream, but I absolutely think that is a really nice factor of Daggerheart. Yeah. You don't need that much to make an environment unique. Pick a theme and then pick a thing that matches that theme. It's like an interior decorating, put a rug on the floor, and that feels like a home. Giant mushrooms are very much a break the glass in case of world building. Yeah, that's true. But they do get across the ideas on the alien rot decay of an entity that hijacks your consciousness. Hey, you're absolutely not going to get any pushback from me when it comes to details in the environment being important and, in my opinion, not taking that much work. However, I want to be generous and assume that it might take more work for someone else, especially when I see, Matt's characters. I assume that his characters take less work for him than they would take for me to develop an act and pilot. We even talked about this a little bit when we were watching the Scanlan get resurrected and like Matt acting out Kaylee. I was like, oh my God, I would be sweating bullets during this. I would try everything I could to not be in the situation where this happens. So I agree. But if I'm being, if I'm trying to be generous to Matt, I think there's a decent and reasonable shot that might not be as intuitive or as easy for him. Or, I mean, beyond both of those, he might just not be as interested, It's like beyond the difficulty of it, there's also just the creative motivation. I can do something easy all day long, but if I'm not into it, it's going to sap my mental energy a lot more. It's sort of the inverse of, you love what you do, you never work a day in your life. I can stream for so much longer than I do the dishes, even though I like doing the dishes. Or cook. Cook is a better example. Broadly, cooking is probably easier than streaming. Not like chef quality, but like general home cooking. But cooking saps my energy per minute so much more than streaming does. Even though it is like physically and mentally more effort to stream. So I agree that it is like easy. There are lots of, like you said, break glass in case of world building type things you can do. But being generous to Matt, I think there's a decent shot that he just doesn't want to, And I don't think that is like an inherently bad thing. Yeah. Or they give an energy of a whimsical forest, vibrant and alive. Well, yeah. Hey. I'm all on board with the fun guy agenda. I agree. Mushrooms are incredibly versatile. They defined one of the greatest zombie video games and then TV shows of the past 20 years. Shout out Last of Us. This conversation made me realize the GMs that I personally like are all more heavy on character. The GMs I respect but have a harder time getting into watching are more environment. And that is why, I tried to make a separation of what I think Matt's good at, what I'm good at. Because, I honestly think, in terms of what I like, me and Matt are probably equally good at doing the thing that I like, just on opposite ends. If you saw my game, maybe I'm downplaying the amount of interesting characters that I put in and my skill at playing them. But I think most of the time my environments are much, much, much stronger than my characters. But the D&D that I like the most, either watching or participating in, is one where they are very balanced. Because again, I think they have like a, greater than the sum of their parts sort of situation. So I think there's definitely a difference between like what you're good at versus what you like to see. And I will say, to slightly caveat my own point, if I had to pick watching something one way or the other, I would probably prefer they lean more on environment, but I also heavily agree with you, Daniel. I respect Matt's ability to build interesting and like thematically resonant characters that are iconic and that like stick in your head. I envy and respect that so much. And I certainly don't mind watching a style that is more heavily defined by that. But I would certainly prefer a little bit more environmental stuff. Yeah. Reactions are a double-edged sword. There are only a few things to do with them. They're easy to miss, but those things you can do with a reaction are super impactful, so it feels extra bad to miss. Relating back to D&D combat versus Daggerheart combat, fully agree. Nothing complicated to say there. Just agree. Yep. Guesses on what's next. I think the PCs will have to run away to safety, leave Desperate Luck. Really? Okay. Well, let's get into the theories. I agree. Nothing actually related to the end. I'll be honest. I definitely I assumed without too much critical thought that they would attempt to fight Aaron, because I think that they will not want to fight or kill Aaron, but I also think that they will want to prevent Aaron from harming the populace. They might try and convince Aaron to like chase them out of Desperlock. I could definitely see that. But I don't know that. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Honestly, the ending came so out of left field for me that like the way I would normally predict where it's going is by like drawing a pattern. But this, it's not a full, non sequitur by any means. It was just so out of expectations for me personally. I'm not surprised if anyone else saw it coming or if, someone else could have predicted it. I just did not. And so it's tough for me to know where they will go or what they will do. I'm very interested. But unlike last session, where I had the full-on theory about what the monastery would look like and all of this, I just don't know. And this is part of like, I don't know how invested they are in Aaron. I don't know how much they're going to try to save her, even if that saving becomes clearly impossible. Like you guys are talking about, Aaron already being dead or being a puppet of the Umbra. I could see it. And if that's the case, I just don't know how much they will try to save her. Like, because trying to save her will inevitably be risky to some degree. And I don't know how much effort or risk any of them are going to be willing to take on for even the chance of saving Aaron. I don't have a good impression of how much they fully care about Aaron and how much they are going to risk their own lives and skin in order for, again, even the chance. Because I agree with you. She might just be dead. But it's like, how much effort do they put into like honoring her memory or, trying to end try to disenchant her so that her body can rest in peace. I just don't know how much they care about her and like how much they are going to be willing to risk to accomplish that. So I don't know. How's the Big Dick Laura Bailey PC theory? I mean, alive and well, I would say. Because I will point out, and in part of my theories, the skull easily could have been Othodias's. I think the fact that the runes on the skull were meant to essentially lock up the spirit of a place or relic supports that. I think possibly Othodias did the apostasy. And then they like tried to like lock up his bones that still had like a fragment of his consciousness. They had a fragment of the memory of him into this vault so that it couldn't escape easily. So I think that Othodias is Umbra, alive and well, which then implies and supports Big Dick Laura PC. I need to stop saying Big Dick Laura in all the same sentence. Because, like, I do think it's funny, but I also imagine Laura Bailey hearing that and really cringe. Because I'm like, would she be uncomfortable with that? I'd say it's a coin flip. She is, a little raunchy sometimes, but it's like a coin flip, and I don't want to take that chance any more than I already have. So, I'm going to call her PC Big Dick Michelangelo from now on. More Big Dick David. That flows off the tongue better because the way that I'm imagining her PC is as Michelangelo's David. So we're going to call her PC Big Dick David. And I think Big Dick David is super still possible and might just be further up inside of Rosie Morn. Lose all. God bless America. And what's up? No. That's fair. So I think we're still on. Although I did say counter to, this is an alternate theory. I think these are relatively mutually exclusive. Counter to the Umbra is Othodias theory, I also think it's possible that the Umbra, rather than like the Umbra is Othodias, that the Umbra, a group, are the veiled gods, or their remnants on this plane. Leaning into the Umbra's name, which we looked at during the theorizing portion of episode 1, it's this shadow of like something that is blocking the sun. I think there's a decent chance, especially with like the nature of the veiled gods, that there is still, I'm really honing in on this theory of like this split or divine or divinely dual nature, possibly of all entities, but especially of the gods. Because we already know that their tools, their messengers, the Clanks, have this dual nature. And so I think it's very reasonable to think that the veiled gods themselves might have this dual nature. And so it seems possible to me that if something were to have blocked, if something were to have gotten in the way, eclipsed the divine domain, the equivalent of the sun, the divine nature of the veiled gods could have been essentially bisected. So they had the good divine nature up here, and then they had their earthly, worldly nature or component that is inherently tainted. Really some, Christian theology, cosmology vibes. The physical world, or maybe even Valentinian, if you know that reference. The divine, or the material world is inherently sinful, dirty, dark. And the divine realm is inherently good and perfect. And that's why some ancient Christian sects didn't even believe that Jesus could have had a physical body. Even though that is not Orthodox teaching anymore. And so this idea of something that bisects, that gets in the way of the divine world and the physical world, would essentially be blocking all of the goodness, right? It would block all of the goodness from reaching the material world, the dirty, the sinful world. And it leaves only the bad shit, the Umbra. It leaves only the bad shit. Also possibly that the bad shit could just have been the bad shit that existed already, and now the divine gods just can't get down here. That's also possible. I also did think that it was interesting that the Gate Guardian and the Shadow statue both bear marks and signs of Eratu. Once is a coincidence, or, that specific statue got corrupted. But twice sort of starts a little bit of a pattern to me. Which, again, makes me lean into the darkness around Luzal is all sort of powered by the umbric, I'll say umbric as an adjective, by the umbric the umbric remnant of Eratu specifically. Possibly. Like, this is potentially, in the past, this was a monastery where they specifically followed Eratu, or a certain part of his doctrine was really well respected. And now, Eratu, also the dark, twisted reflection of him, or part of him, the severed part of him, now rules what is left. And I don't remember what Uratu was exactly described as. He had a term that I did write down. Where is it? It was like the slumbering sadness or some shit. Where? Old Skull. Oh, I have it in the notes, but I'm not even going to pull the notes on screen because it's like 2 words, and I will absolutely... I'll get there soon. Where is it? Aha, the dawning sorrow. The dawning sorrow. It certainly doesn't sound explicitly good. So I don't know. Yeah, from what I've seen of Laura, she'd be giggling at it. I mean, I hope. And that is why I did it. If I didn't think there was mostly a chance that she'd be cool with it, I probably wouldn't have run the bit in the first place. But I thought about it afterwards, and I was kind of like, meh. I think it's most likely that she'd be cool with it, but maybe not 100% likely. The forever 13-year-old, I think she would find it funny. Well, that's good. I hope so. I'm curious on the meta machinations of how Liam and Laura's PCs will be introduced and when. Ep 3 as 2 more fighters in this fight, or people we meet in another place? I don't know. I'm also very interested in the meta machinations. And I think it will, I have to assume, it will make more sense once they are introduced. But right now, it is very much like, man, why aren't they here yet? Like, if they are just randos, like, if they are just 2 more fighters that join the fight, why? Like, why this late? You know? I like that we don't know, though. Leave it as a surprise. Oh, I also do. It is confusing to me, but I do prefer the confusion to knowing, like, oh, they're not going to show up until episode 5. I like kind of the anticipation of, like, is that them? Is that them? Like, I am confused by it, and I will have probably a big opinion on it when all of the possibilities collapse together into one. But I do prefer this to the alternative. Yeah, absolutely. Hard to know since I'm still scratching my head on the meta aim Matt has in running this game. What does Matt want to say via this story? I'm in your camp. I'm also I thought I had a bit of a handle on it after episode 1, but episode 2 has definitely taken a left turn for me. And, you know, it's 2 episodes. I think you need I think 3 to make a full pattern. In contrast to whatever I said on the last, I said twice starts to make it a pattern. I think 3 is actually a pattern. But yeah, I don't know. I am also scratching my head, but I am simultaneously, I don't need it to be obvious yet. I am confused. It is breaking some of my expectations, and there are some things that I'm more or less happy with, but I'm not taking it to the bank on, I would never write off the series at this point. I think if we get halfway through, if we get 4 episodes in, and it still feels unfocused and kind of just la-di-da, not la-di-da, but if it feels a little bit all over the place, maybe then I'll start more concretely judging it. But right now, I'm trying to figure it out. I can't yet. And I kind of feel like I should be able to at this point. But I don't feel like I'm not 100% like, oh yeah, I should be able to. We're still in the period where it's like, oh no, I could have just been wrong, or I could have, been misled, or maybe there was like one little thing, but in the broad context is not gonna matter. Absolutely. The twins are on vacation. That's why they aren't here. Maybe. Yeah. I do hope they weave it into lore as to why it's not just scheduling meta reasons as to why they missed them. Yeah, I would hope so too. Especially given that all of this is pre-recorded. And to my knowledge, I don't know. There doesn't seem to be any sort of reason that they needed to start Age of Umbra when they did. Like, in general, they would want to put it around the Daggerheart release. But, they could have pushed it a week or two. Right? Like, I don't know. Or, like, taking a break during EPs if they're going to be gone for, like, one or two of them, Because it's all pre-recorded. I think they have the entire thing pre-recorded, to my understanding. I mean, at the very least, they have recorded stuff where Laura is back because she's in the trailer. But yeah, I don't know. So that is... I also hope that it is weaved into lore. It would be very strange to me. I won't say, if it would be good or bad, but it would be very odd if it was just... If they just, like, joined the fight. They're just like, hello, we're here. That would be odd. 3 at beginning arc? Yeah, absolutely. Summertime fun, man? Yeah, Doom and Death? Yeah, of course. They got plenty of shit to do. You're right. But that's it. That's the presentation. Thank you very much. That's the nicest thing that anyone has ever done for me. Yeah, not as much to theorize about. Frankly, I think we got less lore stuff, But I knew that would be the case. When we did episode 1, I was like, there's a lot of lore shit. All right, we got to talk about. So I think this is probably more archetypical of how much or little we will be theorizing. But definitely interesting episode. I think the episode overall, it's tough. I am probably closer to a 3. I think Velk, huge highlight. But absolutely nothing between the gate and the Harrow. That takes it down a point for me. That really takes it down like 1 point for me. Is just nothing on the way there or back. It's like, just something. Come on. And then the Aaron stuff is also probably -1 for me. It's not that bad by any means. I rated it at the beginning of the stream. It's not a -5 for me. It's a -1, but it takes the whole episode down a point. Because I don't know. It wasn't that bad, but 3 out of -5 to 5 is my rating scale that I typically use and I'm using for all the polls in this stream. So -5 on like -5, worst possible, +5, best possible. And 0 is like dead neutral. I didn't like or dislike it. And I think that Aaron, -1, the nothing between the bottom of the stairs and the Harrow, it's like a -1 or 2 for me. And so the overall episode though, Velk was so sick. And I liked a lot of the other stuff. I loved the combat. So I think it's probably a 3 on -5 to 5 overall. Yeah. How many episodes will it run for? To my understanding... Oh, wait, whoops. To my understanding, 8. My understanding is we are on 2 out of 8. I'm not 1,000,000% sure on that, but I'm pretty sure on that. Because I think it's a 2-month run, and they're doing like 1 per week. 8. Okay, so it is 8. Yeah. I need to rewatch the stream VOD to give you a proper grade. Oh, yeah. Yeah. For a minute, I thought it was a 3 out of 10, and I was about to argue it's not that bad. No. If you want to scale it up to like, the 0 to 10 scale, then it was an 8. If you're on a 0 to 10 scale, it's an 8 out of 10 for me. But I don't like 0 out of 10 because the granularity in the middle, like I feel like people think of a 6 out of 10 as pretty bad, but -5 to 5, a 1 is like, I liked it more than I didn't. You know what I'm saying? Which is also what a 6 is supposed to communicate, but I think it doesn't really. So I like, in general, I am a fan of like 2-sided scales as opposed to what I would almost call like privation scales, like a 0 to 10. No ads, we're almost done. So it's like I was watching a philosophy video the other day, and they were talking about the kind of thought experiment of an evil god, and they were essentially debating if morality, essentially like goodness and evil, is a 2-sided scale where like you can have a 0 point and then you can have like maximal evil on this side and maximal good on this side, or if evil is just a privation of good and therefore maximal evil would be a 0 and maximal good would be a 10. And to me, good and evil is much more of a -5 to 5. Much more of a -5 to 5. But I find in general, I'm not a fan of nothing or maximal something scales. I'm broadly much more of a fan of I start at 0 and then I can like and dislike. Dislike is not just a privation of like. And by privation, I mean like a lack of. So yeah, that's why I do -5 to 5 instead of 10. I just don't think I understand what middle means and how it correlates to a 6 out of 10. Well, the actual middle would be. So I guess here's what I'm saying. Like, if I did not, I don't believe that. Here, let me pull up a chart. Oh God. Like when we talk about liking or disliking something, like I liked that movie. I think that generally people can have, or most people, I should say, yeah, sure, most people. I think most people can like something a lot, or they can dislike something a lot. But I don't think that this is just, it didn't do anything that I liked, right? Like the trope that we were talking about earlier. I was like, I don't like that trope. That trope existing in this media project made me like it less. Like it increased my dislike for it. I don't think that it just removed my like. It actively moved me in this direction that I would call dislike. So the middle point, which would essentially be 0, so it's like -5 to 5. 0 would just be like, meh, I didn't really care about it. I didn't really care that much about it. It's not going on any of my like top 10 lists, but I don't think like you shouldn't watch it. I don't think it would be like a waste of your time. So that's kind of the 0 point for me. So my scale actually has 11 values, which 0 to 10 does as well. And so then the equivalent of this in 0 to 10, would be 0, 10 on this side. So then it's -4, -3, -2, -1, whereas this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4. So they have the same amount. So 0 is corresponded to 5 on the 0 to 10 scale. But to me personally, I think that the -5 to 5 is more. I think it communicates more than 0 to 10, personally. Like, I think that a 1 on a 0 to 5 scale communicates more than a 6, and a -1 communicates more than a 4. Like, the difference between these two is very, like, stark to me. Of like, okay, a 1, they liked it more than they didn't. A -1, they didn't like it more than they didn't. Whereas a 4 to a 6, I don't think quite has that same evocative feeling. Like, I don't think it evokes the same thing. Like, a 4 is technically, I disliked it more than I liked it. That's not really how, at least I think about it. And I don't think that's how most people think about it, but I could be wrong. So that is why -5 to 5. Before you sign off, remind me of starting time for Friday. 2:30. Same starting time as this stream. So Umbra and Friday streams 2:30. Monday stream 11:30. And I'm not converting that at all because I know you're in Chicago time. Most people. Having a -5 to 5 is a choice, and I get your philosophy, but you're going to have to explain and disclaim it every time because it's not common phrasing. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I will also say the reason it is more confusing to you guys is because you came in later. On the actual time where I asked the poll, I do explain it. So I say, how'd you feel about Aaron's presence in this episode in terms of facilitating a good story? Scale is -5 to 5. 5 is the best possible. -5 is the worst possible. And then I even group them into these 4 choices. That's just because YouTube will only let me put 4 options on a poll. But yeah, and then I quantify, 4 to 5, very positive. 1, 2, 3, somewhat positive. 3, 2, 1, somewhat negative. So, and this was also the scale that I used during the first episode. So yes, I am definitely well aware that I have to qualify it. I'm definitely aware that it is not typical. That is not typical parlance, but I think it's better, and so I'm explaining it when I have been actively using it on stream. Yeah. To me, it's not worth with the miscommunication effort. I mean, it's only miscommunication if you weren't here at the beginning, and you're joining. Like, I totally get what you're saying, but in general, I have found that if we're talking about like juice that's not worth the squeeze, it is not worth me re-explaining things that I've explained earlier in a stream. Either people will, watch earlier or they'll be confused. Like, I'm not going to re-explain what I talked about earlier in terms of like what I liked when I'm talking about what I dislike if someone comes in during what I dislike. I might mention that, that I did it earlier, which is what I did here. And that poll time is more confusing. I agree. It is only because YouTube polls restrict me to 4 options. If they did not, I would put 11 options up there, to be very clear. Or if they allowed like you guys to freely enter an option, It is the only reason that they are categorized in that way is because of the limitations of YouTube polling. That is an extra confusionary element. Let's see. Oh, wait, back to chat. This is exactly juice is not worth a squeeze. I truly don't think -5 to 5 is juice is not worth the squeeze, especially since the main time that I used it, I directly explained it, and I don't think it's that hard to understand when you're looking directly at it, personally. But, yeah, I'm just not going to re-explain it later. The juice of capturing your exact mental model of scales isn't worth the squeeze of re-explaining it to viewers every time, which you will probably if you grow. I mean, I'll be direct with you. I did not have to explain it at the beginning of this stream. I put the explanation on stream, but no one that took the poll at the start of stream was asked for any amount of clarification on the scale. Like, I'm fine with having this little extra bit of visual space. If it, to me, gets me more accurate data, which I think it does. I only had to re-explain it because y'all came in later. And I probably should have just pulled this up when someone asked. But in general, and also, I'll be really real with you, the only reason I even took the time to re-explain is because you two are regulars. If you two were not regulars, I would have just said, hey, go and watch the beginning of stream. I explained it there. Or it's explained there. And if they still didn't get it, then, that's fine. So, I have not necessarily felt it having extra squeeze. It would be harder for me, like it would be in this mental, thing. It would be more squeeze for me to try and translate what I think into 0 to 10. Like, it is like a philosophical choice, but also I have never, and I mean this from the day that I was born, I have always found 0 to 10 confusing. Like, it is an inbuilt, wired up thing in my brain to where, like, 0 to 10 actively confuses me. And I am more, it would be more work. I just wouldn't do the polls if I was like actually restricted to doing them at 0 to 10 for some reason. I'm being super pedantic, but I know you understand pedantry. Oh yeah, I understand. I totally understand. It's all good. I didn't ask for an in-depth explanation. I just wanted to make sure I understand. Oh yeah, I didn't say you. I didn't mean to imply that you did. I am more saying I wouldn't have even. If you were brand new name, I probably would have just been like, if you don't understand the scale, like, go check the beginning of stream. It's there. But I don't know. You guys are regulars. I definitely am more. I don't want to divert regulars away as much. I'm willing to put in a little bit of extra effort so that you can stay live because you're around more often. If you weren't around as often, I wouldn't put in the extra effort so that you could stay live with zero confusion. You know what I'm saying? Polls are good. I do like polls. I am working on a way to be able to capture like free-form entry in chat. I'm very close. I think I'm hopeful that I'll have it by the next Age of Umbra stream, so I just won't even have to fuck with the YouTube polling anymore. Very, very close. But that just shows Mega's bias for us. Yeah. I mean, hey. Yeah. I'll say it, yeah. Good patterns of good behavior get people more goodwill. Yeah. Patterns of being chill in chat means that I'm willing to put in a little extra effort. But I think that's about it. Interesting stream. Yeah, like I said, decent episode. I definitely like the last episode on a 0 to 10 scale. Probably like a 9 out of 10 for me. On my scale, probably like a 4. But it's headed in a direction it's headed in a direction that I'm not super vibing with. But that's just because I can't like actively predict something happening that I will like. That's mostly because I don't even know. I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen. I can't actively predict anything. So we'll see how it goes. I think it'll either stabilize, go back up. Well, I was about to say it'll either stabilize, go back up, or it'll go down. Those are the 3 options. I'm right. I don't know. We'll have to see. I'll watch some of the stream after I finish the Age of Umbra ep. I've been in and out today listening. Fair enough. Yeah. I still thought it was good. I'm really enjoying Age of Umbra. I'm enjoying Daggerheart a lot. But this one I didn't enjoy this one as much as the last one. You watching live tomorrow? Maybe. We're gonna see. I have D&D tomorrow. I'm DMing tomorrow. So I will it'll basically depend on when we end the session, because Age of Umbra does start pretty late for me, but it'll probably depend on what the players choose to do. If they choose, depending on the path they go down, we will depend on when we end, and when we end will depend on if I'm watching live. Because if I can't join in until like halfway through, then I just won't. But if I can get there, a couple of minutes behind, and I can kind of figure out what's going on, then maybe. We'll see. I'd like to watch live, but definitely not prioritizing it over D&D. I do think... Well, I shouldn't say that. I have a method to potentially watch it before Monday. That I will give no comment on, but I might do that. But anyways, you can tell you're a relatively new critter scheduling things on Thursday for shame. I had to. D&D used to be on Fridays, and now we've got Critical Role on Fridays, and one of the people in the game works on weekends, so it's either Tuesdays or Thursdays. And they said no Tuesdays. I did try to get Tuesdays, but they said no Tuesdays. So it has to be Thursday. I'm a busy little boy these days. But you shouldn't say in case CR gets mad at you. But that's it. Thank you so much for joining. I will definitely not be live tomorrow. I got too much going on. And then we will be live on Friday with the next Critical Eyes, episode 85, I think. One of them. And I will see you then. Thank you for joining. Goodbye.